Well, happy Friday, Ian.
Oh, it's a good Friday. Not the Good Friday, but a
Not
good
the Good
Friday.
Friday, but a Good Friday. It is. Welcome to Friday Night Frenzy. Happy Friday to everyone in the chat. You guys will already notice that we're in an improvised. Well, I'll get there in a second. How you guys doing? Where are you tuning in from? What are you drinking? You have cocktails. Hopefully, you have cocktails after some audacity. And I hope you all had the chance to take a look at the poll that's running regarding the Karen Reed case, because I have a question on at what point in time are we going to exhaust the witnesses, and have we exhausted that witness's knowledge?
I thought the judge had some audacity today when she chided the defense about she apologized to the jurors on behalf of the defense wasting their time today. And I was like,
what was that?
Are you freaking kidding me? Because have you not watched the entire prosecution? Which, how many times are they going to call evidence as to the snow? And then they're going to give the defense crap for, oh my God, I was so so annoyed with that.
The thing is, I had only had rumors of what people in or around the area of Boston drink as far as beverages are concerned. And I'm glad, because the prosecution has allayed all of my suspicions as to what beverages are being consumed. It's a lot of light beer.
Specifically by this group of cops.
Yeah.
Not one of them has good taste in beverages.
No, we got Mick Ultra, Bud Light,
Lime,
Bud Light Lime, more Michelob Ultra, and White Claws. Did I miss one?
Vodka soda with a splash of Crystal Light.
Yes, knew I forgot that one. That one was that McCabe? No, that was wasn't Colin Albert.
Oh no, that was McCabe.
Well, it was McCabe?
Mm-hmm.
Matt McCabe, who was so far my favorite witness.
He was on a diet. He was not my favorite witness.
Really?
Oh God, no.
Well, for those of you that are wondering what the heck is going on with the studio, I am in what has been left as my bedroom, which is a spare room in the house, and I get this small little corner of my home.
Oh, Muffin.
The home is being listed. I know. But I did my best to very best to spruce the place up so that it feels kind of like home. I kept Ziggy out of a box, and I even threw the curtain back up. And I asked you what that was beforehand. Now Ian can't guess what is depicted behind me.
I mean, I could guess.
Well, you can't guess verbally on the chat. You can't ruin it for everybody.
I absolutely could if I wanted to.
You could. You are a chaos gremlin, just like Leo.
I will choose not to ruin it for everyone, because I feel like that would be less.
It is. It is, in fact, a lighthouse. It is a lighthouse that is searching for the prosecution's case in the case of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed.
So they're going to need a bigger spotlight than they got.
We're still trying to find it, and the chat's actually reminding me that I actually in my post final shop stream, I actually forgot to turn anything super on, and the chat's yelling at me right now because, well, I did that. So let me see if I can't get these. There we go. Buttons. That should be remedied. In any event, is this your
this?
No.
The searchlights that they used to use to spot World War II bombers are still not big enough. If they had a big enough searchlight to figure out what they're doing, it would probably set fires at whatever you aimed it at.
Would it set fire to the rain, like Adele in Colin Albert's video? I'm gonna beat your ass. To Adele.
He is such a low-grade punk.
I just get so. We'll get there. We will get there.
some hockey team is making a move on the local women, and he is so fragile that he's got to send off like threats to them. Like, dude, just tell the world you got no game.
Well, as far as picking your opponents, picking your opponents. A hockey team probably isn't it. You might not be the guy, my friend. Like, don't pick fights with a hockey team. Just saying, lacrosse team and hockey
or
team.
do it's hilarious.
I mean, you could. I don't think it's wise.
But yeah, don't pick fights with people who are used to getting punched in the face, because
or hit with a slap shot or a lacrosse. Like I say, like, don't pick
really just any of the people who already know how they react when they get punched in the face, and already, because the old line about like everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Hockey players have a plan after they get punched in the face, and that plan is punching you back. So you gotta know what you're doing if you're gonna, like, don't take that swing unless you've unless you know you can follow through, and I don't think you can.
You can take your swing. I just don't think you'll like the result. So, and for those of you wondering, if I did see that, like, some people are complaining super chats are still turned off. They're on. You just have to refresh your screen. So we'll be right here for a little while. Anyways, what are you guys doing? How you been? How was your week? I'll go through my week in a minute, because my gosh, I am stressed. Runkle has been doing tremendous on the Reed case, and I could not agree more. Ian has been, apart from a full-time practicing lawyer, doing recaps of the Reed case every night that he can. And I give that caveat that he can because, well, full-time practicing lawyer. So there are some days when he can't, but he always gets people caught up. And some days he does 2 in a row. And I think the other night you had a stream like almost 6 hours.
It was a while. I don't know that that's like my best work, but it is what it is. I mean, I was not planning on covering the trial at all. And then something happened, which was I started watching it, and I was just like, oh, wow. Wow, this trial is gonna be a shit show. And it has been that, like, yeah. Emily's been doing the live coverage. I think I've been doing the recap. So between the two of us, you've got pretty much 12 hours, I think, of coverage in a day if you want.
Mary Kay, Hollywood hockey players already know where they will get dentures or replacement teeth. So when you're fighting someone who's not afraid of losing a tooth because they already know the dentist to replace it,
yeah,
maybe pick somebody else.
I actually saw video, and then I got to hear my client's account of things. And the video basically is 2 guys outside of a bar. And then my guy pulls out his teeth, sets them aside, and then goes to town.
You know what I do when your guy pulls out the teeth and sets them aside? I walk away.
Apparently the interaction before that was, I'm going to kick your teeth in. And he's like, news for you, buddy. Sets them aside. And I was like, oh man, that is actually like low-key a badass move.
That's solid. That's like in a Steven Seagal movie, you would see something like that. That's epic. Oh my gosh.
All right. So again, that's a matter of like, pick your targets better.
Yep. And just because it's highlighting again, Elite is covering the trial door to door and doing recaps as well. And also Lawyer is doing recaps. This trial has fascinated, well, almost everyone in the legal commentary community. I think primarily, well, several reasons. One, you don't usually get a trial where you can see someone run a SODIT defense. SODIT being some other dude did it. So it's rare to see the SODIT defense actually put forth in a trial.
Yeah, that's not really what got me interested, but
what got you interested, Ian, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be the number 2 I was going to say.
The clear difference in like opens from the defense versus the prosecution was a big thing. Because you hardly ever see an opening that bad from the prosecution. And the defense has a really interesting argument of like conspiracy, which is super hard to land. Normally, when you see like conspiracy argued, they don't immediately follow that up with like, here is the list of times, here is the list of, and I was like, oh, this could be fun.
Well, and when you see a conspiracy argument, you don't usually see the prosecution immediately running from the conspiracy and putting on every
They're on defense.
It's a weird turn.
Yeah. Because normally when you see like conspiracy, what you end up with is it's just like, no, it isn't. And that's not what the prosecution is treating it like. It's the biggest argument on like that. It's the biggest deal going on. And normally when you're arguing like conspiracy or whatever, the prosecution kind of ignores it other than to just say it's ridiculous. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's trial.
Yep.
The prosecution did not really spend a lot of time on the whole conspiracy argument. They asked a question or two here and there, but basically they just went about proving their case, and that was it.
Well, and to give you an example on the Hannah Gutierrez-Reed front, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Bowles, the attorney for Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, brought up as many times as he could Alec Baldwin. And did you hear Morrissey come? But did you hear Morrissey come back and make any claims or try to refute any of the Baldwin stuff? No, she kept on with her case.
I also think the Baldwin references are super interesting in hindsight. Yeah. Because apparently they're saying that they had a joint defense agreement. And I find it really fascinating if they had a joint defense agreement.
That Bowles went out and threw him under the bus?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Was that brought up in today's hearing?
Not so much today's hearing. Today's hearing was a lot of what do you call it? Today's hearing was basically a motion to dismiss. They want it thrown out based on issues alleged.
Is this the grand jury issue?
Yes.
That had been fully briefed. And we read the briefs. The brief was good by Baldwin. And the brief by Morrissey was good.
And one of the really interesting things is they asked a lot of questions of Morrissey. Like a lot of questions. And, the judge had tough questions for Morrissey in a way that I didn't expect. I was watching it and I was kind of expecting the usual thing when there's a motion to dismiss, which is, that they just don't really care to hear from the prosecution. Here, they were asking pointed questions, and it's over for a week for the decision.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Same judge, right? Different judge.
Same judge. I actually like her quite a bit. I think she's a good judge.
I thought going into that trial, I thought that she was great in motions. I got frustrated during trial. I thought she was phenomenal in motions. So again, this would be motions practice. So that's par for the course. Oh, par for the course. That's some foreshadowing. Also foreshadowing was the super chat you pulled up earlier from Ashley King. I'm excited to meet you, Ian, and EDB and Law Nerds in Tennessee. I started a Facebook group for the community to connect called Law Nerds in Nashville 2024. There you go. You guys can check that out on Facebook. But yeah, Ian, myself, and Emily will all be in Nashville at CrimeCon at the end of the month, which is another stressor. So before we move on too much, I do have to give people a recap of why the heck I'm in this little setup right here. Because my entire house has been completely packed up and gutted. I have no more furniture, so there's echoey. If you hear echo, I can't help it because there's no furniture in the house, except for this one room. And the timeline that I have over the next 2 weeks, if y'all have prayers and thoughts for patience and calm and executive function, please pass them my way, because landscapers, contractors, I have stagers, power washers. I have a trial on Monday and Tuesday, contested motions on Friday. And then the following week, I have another trial and more contested proceedings. And then I have a trial that is on the 29th of May. And that's quickly before I hop a flight to Nashville on the 30th. So that is what the next 2 weeks of my life looks like. And hopefully by the end of this month, this house will not be a concern anymore, though I will still be streaming from this little setup until a move happens. But we're a little stressed right now, just a bit. Just a bit. And I am keeping that reminder at the suggestion of the chat and many others that you just got to remember why the move is taking place. And you have to remind yourself of that a lot, like a whole lot.
You've got a very good reason.
Yeah, true. Oh, I also was battling a double ear infection, which, yes, adults get double ear infections, apparently, followed by a stomach flu that I had on Sunday. So we're doing good. We're doing good.
Are you?
We're going to say that. We're going to say that the beatings will continue until morale improves.
Okay.
I want to cry.
You'll be okay.
The Packers were something else, though, with the shop. I've never experienced
Packers I was
before.
about to say, if you are transitioning this to a sports thing, but no, you mean actual Packers, not.
I was talking about actual Packers. I've never had the benefit of having Packers come into a home before, and I don't know if I'm going to call it. I am going to call it a benefit. It's a benefit. They're like wildfire. They will pack everything. I had to order new phone chargers because I accidentally let them out of the counter.
I mean, the other thing is there is such a thing as unpackers, which is, which is also amazing if you can, get them. A friend of mine did that at one point. He just had people move his apartment, and basically we had like a box of stuff that he didn't trust them with. And we just went out, like had a meal, like chatted, and then went to his new place. And it was like a neat freak had been living there for years.
Yeah, you told me that story, and I instantly got so envious. I need that so bad in my life. Katie Cotton Rob, I'm also packing and meeting contractors. Well, hopefully it's for a good thing and a good move. So keep the head up. Also, left-handed adventures. I'm sorry. Oh, Rob, mine was the stomach flu, and now the ear infection. I'm sorry. Having been through that, that's miserable. Ashley King, Runkle, can you bring us all dressed chips to try?
I don't know if I'll make it with any all dressed chips to the meetup or whatever, because I think Emily might claim all of them, like not some of them, but all of them. So, but I am thinking I'll bring like a suitcase for, souvenirs or merch or, swag or whatever else. But on the way there, it's just going to be.
Please say hot sauce.
I will bring you some hot sauce. I can do that. I can't bring too much hot sauce, but I can bring some. But I can also I can also just bring like a suitcase full of all dressed chips.
Gently packed, otherwise we're gonna get all dressed crumbs.
I mean, they've got air in the packages. With the way they've been treating packages these days, they're like going to be mostly air. But
be mindful that if you put those, as I suspect, if you put those in a suitcase in the non-pressurized part of the cabin.
Non-pressurized is better than either way, they're going to try to expand and try to burst.
Yeah.
So
That's going to be fun unpacking that bag.
I mean, worst case scenario, if the bag turns into like full of powder and whatever, I'll just
Then
like
we just
then
have a
it's a
party.
serving bowl.
That's what I'm saying. We just have a party in Runkle's room, and the suitcase just gets opened, and we just eat chips. It's the best idea.
It's like a big trough full of things.
Jolene asking, is Runkle your best man for your wedding? He's in the running, but he's got a very cute competitor in Mini Mischief too. So we shall see.
See, this is one where I can't say get wrecked, small cute child, because that one does not apply. So if I lose that one, it's just like, all right, I lost to a very formidable competitor.
No get wrecked small cute child. However,
exactly.
if you wear the get wrecked small cute child t-shirt like under a suit, I wouldn't hate you for it.
I actually did buy one of those shirts from my own merch store, so that I was like, maybe I wear this to Nashville.
It's gonna be interesting. Okay, so before we get to the first topic of the evening, let's go ahead and catch up on some of the chats. We've got some new members. Tina K.S. Lawnard, thank you for becoming a member. Anna Trankler, thanks for becoming a member. Nancy Robbins, thanks for being a member for 5 months. You've been a member for far longer than that, Nancy. Probably just re-upped and then gifting 20 memberships. Thank you. Emily Aarons is reminding people of the poll in the chat, which is how many witnesses are we going to see called on behalf of the prosecution in the case of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed?
One phone book.
The whole one.
Oh, I mean, I'm pretty sure that they just gave the Canton phone book as their witness list. Like the prosecution is just like thump.
I mean, it might have. It's possible. Well, so we shall see. Rainman YYC gifted 10 memberships. Thanks you, Rainman. By the way, I know that Ian reached out. Did you make contact with him?
To Rainman YYC, I still need to respond. I've just been so tired. So.
Well, Rainman YYC, reach out. Rick wants to talk to you about an experience that you had that she shared with Rick, and
it's probably best to reach out directly to Rick because he will get stuff done faster than I will right now.
That's probably fair. Probably fair. Fiona W, thanks for the gifted memberships. DSN, thank you for gifting the memberships. Boppit, same gifted memberships. Mama Betts, gifted memberships. Y'all have been exceedingly generous. And for those of you who did just get the gifted memberships, please go check out the farewell to the shop or so long to the shop. And I got a little emotional saying bye to that shop. That shop got me through a whole lot of tough times. So I know that it'll be, I mean, you're
going to be okay, Rob.
Yeah. We're going to sulk with a wine glass in the background. Yeah. CSI in Canton. Well, that is a freaking great screen name for this chat. CSI in Canton. Crime Scene Investigators Canton is drinking Bloody Marys in red Solo cups from Pennsylvania. Cheers to you, my friend. Just because, thank you for gifting memberships. Same with Baby Steps. Thank you for gifting memberships as well. Jade, thanks for being a member. Just put mom to bed. Drunk on a girls' weekend UK with the see no evil monkey emoji. Love it. Fantastic. Misbehave when you can. It's Maggie May. Woo. 13 months. Happy FNF. Everyone happy FNF Maggie May. And thanks for being a member for 13 months. Laura Christine, thank you for gifting memberships. The Stone Destiny Salazar, thanks for becoming a member. Rosebud 26. Great night to celebrate with you both. Thank you, Rosebud. Billy's Momzilla, maybe he runs fast. He might. Hockey players got strong legs. Patty Hoffman, it takes talent to slip on ice and land on knuckles. Or an act of acrobatics that I didn't know was feasible.
I just think he's like Donkey Kong.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's walking on his knuckles.
Oh, come on. Give the kid a little bit of grace.
I mean, that is a nicer thing than lied in court, which seems like the other possibility.
That's true.
So
take that back.
I feel like I'm being pretty charitable here.
Yeah. To be fair, he didn't remember whether he lied in court or not.
He didn't really remember his name or how he got to court. I've been calling it the cat and brainworms, because the instant they have to testify, the instant that Lolly's done with them, suddenly they forget everything, and they also can't understand very simple questions. So everything's got to be rephrased, and they just, they don't remember basic stuff. Like, in the middle of a story that they told in elaborate Baroque detail when Lally was asking the questions, suddenly they can't remember like the details in the middle. So it's like, okay. But
just
the good news is it's curable.
What,
it's cured the instant
examination?
Once they're back on redirect, it's like a miracle. They're okay again.
And just because makes this point too. If anything, oh gosh, if I feel like I've learned not to be friends with any of these people so far, they come across very badly. I have trial next week, and part of trial is prepping your witness. And what I do with a lot of witness prep is I will actually take a witness and I will do both direct examination and cross examination. So I will do direct examination in the style that I would when they're on the stand, right? Walk them through the style of my questions, get them in a back and forth dialogue, get them conversational. And then I'll go on the attack. And if I can, I will try to actually, with their permission, record them so I can play it back to them so they can see how their tone shifts. There's a natural inclination when you're being asked questions in a combative way or in a leading adversarial way that the person receiving those questions instantly puts their defenses up. And that's even when the same person, me, is asking the question both in direct and in cross. To see the shift is something that is very informative to a person who's testifying for the first time. This has been one of the starkest contrasts I've seen between prosecution and defense in a long time.
I mean, it's very clear that they basically have a that they have a leaning, I guess is the way to put it.
They have they don't like having what they just laid out questioned.
Yeah.
And they're very defensive. So, but we'll get into that in a little bit because we get to Matt McCabe today and Jen McCabe, but I didn't see a lot of Jen McCabe, so I'm not going to cover too much of Jen. Gwen River, thanks for becoming a member. Janet D, thanks for becoming a member. Mindy FS, it just gets better after almost 2 years. I'm an OG. Thanks for being the OG and for being here the whole time. Citrine, celebrating graduation from my master's degree this weekend. 3 cheers for the neurospicy romance that helped inspire me to finish. I will cheers to that.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Congratulations. I hope you have a wonderful weekend celebrating.
I wish I had some better scotch for that. I've got a blend.
Jane Zanis, check Twitter or X DMs. I will.
I will call it Twitter right up until I die. I'll be like 80 and my last words will be, it's still freaking Twitter. And everybody will be like, they've been out of business for 60 years.
Jane, I'll take a look at that as soon as I finish the stream, and I'll see if I can't do something about helping you out there. Okay. Will Newman, Jughead Jones, thanks for coming. Remember, the McCabe's were spicy today. They were a little confrontational. Destiny Salazar, thanks for providing sanity in the midst of an absurdity. This case is bonkers. I've said that all the time. I don't understand why we're here. Hockey players, they have plans and dental plans for their plans. Thank you, Ian Paler. Megan Brogdon, this Aussie is hooked on the Reed trial. It's been fascinating.
CSI it's one of the craziest trials that you could ever hope to not be in.
I can agree with that. I would hate to be on this witness list.
And the thing is you get a lot of people who think like this would be fun to be a lawyer for.
No.
No, you got to deal with all these weasel witnesses all the time, and the amount of prep that takes and the amount of stress they're going through. Plus, I genuinely believe that they think that their client's innocent. I don't know that one way or another, because I haven't seen the whole trial yet, but like that is a level of stress that I don't wish on anybody.
I mean, we had Yannetti today fighting with Matt McCabe, and I thought he overpushed the issue, but fighting with Matt McCabe on where the damn car was parked in a prior statement, and it's right or left, and we're left at the end of that question going, what the heck was happening?
Oh, I mean, it was clear he was not happy with how that was getting answered.
Oh, yeah. CSI Canton 2024 version of the Salem witch trials with the same level of investigation. That's a take that I've seen on the internet. I also know that on the internet, people have very strong opinions one way or another about this trial. I just want to see information.
I'm pretty sure there weren't any solo cups in the Salem witch trials.
That's
so
true.
The Salem witch trials might be ahead of the game.
That is true. Brian Allen, hockey smile and cauliflower ear are the two biggest signs of guys not to mess with. True facts.
Yep. And not just the broken nose, but I've seen some people who've got the the repeated nose breaks
where the bridge builds up here.
Yeah, when you've got you can see multiple lines of broken and never bothered, like the people who just don't bother to get it set properly anymore. It's
or the ones who set it themselves.
This is somebody who can get punched in the face, and just that fight doesn't stop until the other side's unconscious. And that's not fun.
Yep. Daffy9, thanks. Welcome home, Rob. Love you too. And FNF, thank you, Daffy9. Mispronounced name. What, if any question do you feel has been the most egregious so far? If anyone has asked what, if any question, and you feel any have in fact been egregious.
Who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance?
That one is my favorite. Or the where, if any, and what, if any, in the same question.
The ambulance just decided to go home on its own,
Yeah. And today there was a if anyone said what, if anything, to you, and I was like, what is happening? Exceedingly generous super chat from It's Maggie May. I was assigned to Senator Menendez's jury pool this week. A 6 to 7 week case. I got called to the judge's chambers with all the lawyers. Judge said so they found your tweets. Please explain why you tweeted in 2022. Fuck all politicians. One side didn't want me.
I would have just been like, have you seen Politicians?
Yeah. There's people out there. That is solid, Maggie. That is awesome.
Maggie, I will send you something. Shoot me an address or that. Yeah. That is too awesome. Getting bounced from a jury pool for fuck all politicians. Shoot me a Twitter DM. I got to figure something out because that is freaking hilarious.
Oh yeah. Okay. The rest of the chats I see are about the issue of, oh my gosh, there's some, wow. I just scrolled really quick. And there were some generous ones I have to point out quickly. Rachel Dueck, thank you for the very generous super chat. Slight tangent. I have something else to add to the things I have learned about myself list. For the last 2 years, my hair is not just slightly wavy, it is curly. Learning to not touch my hair after 27 years of touching my hair is frustrating. Interesting. Okay. Learn things about yourself every single day. That's awesome. Melissa Ritchie, thank you for the very generous super chat. You are my, quote, self-care, end quote. My husband has been in the hospital 2 weeks. I'm sorry for that. And had to have his leg amputated. My God.
Ooh, I'm so sorry.
Trying to get through all the struggles they don't tell you about. Thank you to both of you. One foot goes in front of the other and repeat.
Rob.
Yeah. Well, shit. I'm sorry.
Seriously, Rob?
That was not intended to be what it was.
I know, but holy crap, Rob.
So, help me fix this. You do
don't think
next. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it. Melissa, we're gonna fix it. One, hopefully your
he
husband
just
has
got a
sense of
mild
humor.
case of the brainworms. We're just gonna get him
did.
back under redirect. So, Rob, what if anything did you do today? What if anything did you do today?
The solo cups attacked me. I don't understand what happened. I don't recall making that statement. And if you cross-examine me on it, I still don't recall. So let me rephrase that. You do the next thing. Just the next thing. If it's making the coffee, you make the coffee. It's make the bed, you make your bed. Wake up, make the bed, and start your day. Do the next thing on your list. And then when that's done, do the next thing on your list. And before the end of the day, you'll realize that you've done a whole lot of things. And you will get through every single day just by doing that. You are much stronger than you ever think you will be or ever think you could be. People will ask you, how did you possibly make it through this? And you will respond to them, I just did. That's it. And with your husband, same thing.
Holy crap. I'm wondering if that's similar to what happened on...
I don't know, but someone's going to have to message me about that. I imagine someone... Debbie Olander, Robin Runkle, was snowing that night. That is a $500 super chat. Debbie,
was that a mistake?
If that was a mistake, you have to let me know. If it wasn't, thank you for the exceeding generosity. And even if it was a mistake, thank you for the generosity of even sending a super chat. So I hope you're doing well. Thank you.
Yeah, somebody sent a $420 one on mine, but that was an error that they got cleaned up. So,
Debbie, if that was unintentional, send me an email, lawandlumber@gmail.com, please. Oh, Niklas, I hate you. I don't hate you, but you know what I mean. Rob, don't apologize by saying I put my foot in my mouth. Yeah. Well, Niklas, you got it there. Melissa Ritchie coming in. It's okay. I understand. Watching the 4 grandkids will do that. The brain stops braining after a while, and it's kind of tough. So, Sandy reminding me of a loss that was experienced in the community. Please raise a glass to the member of our chat and Legal Bites' mod, Shireen, who passed away this past week. She was an amazing person and friend. She was a remarkable contributor and supporter of both me, Ian, Alita, and several of us that do legal commentary, and she was a friend to several in the chat. She passed unexpectedly, and to her and her family, to her, I wish her Godspeed and a peace that she wasn't able to experience in life. To her family,
I
hope that every day that wound starts to heal a little bit more. While it might take a whole lot of time, and while it'll never heal entirely, focus on the good memories and the wonderful things that she left, and never forget what she added to who you are. Cheers. That's a tough. That was 2 tough ones. So now that, well, that happened, shall we talk about a case that I know that you're going to have no interest in until, well, it's
criminal law, so
yeah.
I can ignore the sports ball elements because it's criminal law.
Good.
I mean, I'll still snark about them.
I know. So this comes from who reports this? USA Today Sports. Okay, this is just one of several articles, but we'll get to the video itself. Louisville, Kentucky. On Friday morning, Scottie Scheffler stretched in a jail cell preparing for a round of golf he didn't know he'd be able to play. If that sounds odd, it is. I woke up this morning to various alerts that Scottie Scheffler, who is the world #1 ranked golfer, and that's by like leaps and bounds. Wait, hang on. Swoopy. I have to swoop. You do that, you forget 1 week and you forget how to do this entirely. So, Scottie Scheffler is the world #1 ranked golfer, and he has been and he is by leaps and bounds. To say that he's the world #1 ranked golfer actually doesn't do full credit for who he is as a golfer. Now, I saw a lot of people making comments about Scottie Scheffler and how this is a lot of entitlement and yada yada. I don't think that's fair if you don't understand who the person is. Scottie Scheffler, let me see if I can't find a bit of his background because it's actually worth mentioning here. Scottie Scheffler was born in '96, and he just had his first child with his wife Meredith. And when I say this dude's a class act, he's probably one of the classiest people I've ever seen in sports in general. Period.
But what are the charges before we get to that?
Well, we're going to get there. Very modest, very kind, very respectful of everybody, doesn't step on toes. And honestly, there are no reports of any negative behavioral issues, period. End of story. And he was playing in the Masters tournament. His wife was pregnant with their first child. This is the Masters tournament. It's a major. It has a massive pot of gold at the end of the tournament. And people were asking him, and he made a promise that if his wife goes into labor, he's just dropping out and going. It's his first kid. He's going to be there one time. There's plenty of tournaments left to play. And he was pretty committed that if that phone call came, didn't matter where he was. He was on the top of the leaderboard at the time. Didn't matter. He was going to go. Dude's a class act.
So the guy who was number 2 on that was like, come on, come on.
Oh, come on, Meredith. Let's come on, early baby. No, he ended up going to win.
He's like making a call to the doctor going, I will give you 25%.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the pinnacle of cheating scandals.
Can you induce early, please? Here's $1 million. Please induce early. No, that didn't end up happening. His win record is remarkably impressive. Scheffler wins versus starts. Where was it? Oh, when I say starts, it says he starts his day in jail. Well, thank you. That's probably true. Let's see. He won 4 wins and 5 starts. And to win on the PGA Tour means that you're beating 100 plus players every weekend, and you're the best of all of them. Well, this morning, Scottie Scheffler was en route to the PGA Championship, and en route to the PGA Championship, the PGA, there was an accident involving one of the shuttle buses that was driving people to and from that event. And the accident was actually a bus on pedestrian that involved that resulted in a fatality. So the PGA was already dealing. I don't mean to say dealing, but the PGA already woke up to a report that, hey, one of your bus drivers that was shuttling got in an accident, and yeah, someone's dead. So part of the access point to the course where this is being played was blocked off for that investigation, but there were players that were still arriving to the facility or to the grounds. We'll go on with the reporting from there. Scottie Scheffler makes these comments, sitting like holding cell, the TV there. I could see myself on TV. He could see himself on TV. And
that's got to be bad when you're going into custody if they're when everyone's seeing, like everyone there is seeing you. It's like, oh shoot.
Yep. And then there was this lovely mugshot. Scottie Scheffler is the gentleman down here in the bottom right. So Scottie Scheffler joins Shooter McGavin from Happy Gilmore, Tiger Woods, and John Daly in the jumpsuit, and they put him in oranges. So they got him dressed out pretty quickly. Back to the article itself.
It's a pretty good mugshot.
It's not terrible. On a tragic day that will go down as one of the strangest in golf history, Scheffler showed up at the jailhouse sandwich in his stomach shot a cool 5 under par, 66 during the round that round. So he gets out of the jailhouse, eats a sandwich, and goes and continues to play. But why did he get arrested? Here is the officer's report. So from Scottie Scheffler Police Report, the arresting officer, Brian Gillis. Why are you... Okay, I can read that, so I'm going to read it for you because, yes, it's small text, but when I try to take that image into a new tab, it goes to like 9 million in scale. Detective Gillis was directing traffic into Gate 1 of the Valhalla Golf Course due to the road being closed in both directions from an earlier fatal collision. The listed subject was driving eastbound to gain access to the course. Subject pulled into the westbound lanes where outbound traffic was flowing and to avoid backed up traffic. There's some things left out here. Detective Gillis was in the middle of the westbound lanes in full Louisville Municipal Police Department uniform and in high-vis yellow reflective rain jacket. Detective Gillis stopped the subject and attempted to give instructions. Subject refused to comply and accelerated forward, dragging Detective Gillis to the ground. Detective Gillis suffered pain, swelling, and abrasions to his left wrist and knee. He was transported to the hospital for further medical treatment by emergency medical personnel. Detective Gillis's uniform pants, valued at approximately $80, were damaged beyond repair. That last one was it. I mean, tell me that's not a little bit weird, like that last sentence. Now, my question is it because they were scuffed up and scratched up and broken, or is it because he shit himself when he realized the car wasn't stopping?
I don't think we'll ever get an answer to that one. I just also like that the injury to the pants
is part of the police report.
It's like the real victim is the officer's pants.
So we have a lot of conflicting reports coming out about this incident, but this is the charge sheet. So the post-arrest complaint that resulted in the charges was charge 1, assault, second-degree felony of a police officer. So that's a felony charge. Charge number 2, criminal mischief in the third degree, which is probably you could probably call that lesser with one additional factor, probably. Reckless driving, that's going to be because of changing over the lanes into the median. 4, disregard signals from officers directing traffic. That one's going to be kind of confusing when we hear about the additional reports. So that was the police report that occurred. And there was actually an ESPN reporter on scene shortly after the incident took place. So this is from the Twitter account of Jeff Darlington, who's a reporter that was right there when this all took place. And we have this. This is Scottie Scheffler, the world number one golfer, being arrested after this incident.
Guys. Dude, step back. Back up. I'm back. I'm back.
You're game 1, right?
Yeah, that's it. Guys,
What do we tell you?
I'm staying back.
Here's the thing. Right now, he's going to jail.
Okay.
He's going to jail, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. Period. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you have?
Like, I'm not trying to do anything about it. I'm trying to get video that I'm going to sell for,
I just want to make sure that's
okay. But you need to step back over here now.
No problem. You got it.
Okay.
Officer's fine. He complies. I get that. Now, the officer was a little excessive saying you have to go all the way over here. That's not really the case. He says he's a reporter. He's allowed to record it. But the officer was fine. There was no hands. The police handled that fine. I'm a little confused on the several things that occurred. But let's hear from Scottie's lawyer, who released the statement. No, play. I want you to play. Are you not going to play? No.
You need to click the thing and not scroll the thing.
I clicked the thing. I clicked the thing. Clicky the thingy. Why is it? It's an
Clicky.
image and not an actual video. That's gonna. Here we go. Nope.
Oh, wow.
That's an image too.
You have got to be
Here's the
kidding me.
video. That's the video of the arrest. So here's the statement released by Scheffler, and we'll get to the lawyer. The statement released by Scheffler, which when you're being charged and you release a statement, yes, that can be used against you at trial. And it actually shows something to release a statement, because I wouldn't view this as wise unless this was run by your attorney 9 million times. Quote, this morning I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation, understandably so, considering the tragic accident that had occurred earlier. And there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. I'm hopeful to put this to the side and focus on golf today. Of course, all of us involved in the tournament express our deepest sympathies to the family of the man who passed away in the earlier accident this morning. It truly puts everything in perspective. So the crux of this is big misunderstanding. He was saying he was doing what he thought he was being directed to do. And from what I'm seeing of reports, there were other players that had done the same thing right in front of him. Does it make it better? Not, I wouldn't say yeah, I would say no, but does it?
Also, the fun thing with people who have PR people is that when they put out a statement on their Facebook, sometimes it could be interesting because it's like, is this your statement on Facebook? And it's like, well, no, that was actually put out by my PR guy. I didn't have any hand in writing it. So, yeah.
All right, so here's the statement. This is from the reporting of Madison Elliott. Just spoke with Steve Romanez, the lawyer for Scottie Scheffler, courtesy of WLKY. Let's hear what he has to say.
Second, criminal mischief, disregarding traffic control systems.
So what happened this morning?
He was going into Valhalla to work out and get ready for his tea time. They were directing traffic. He held his media credential out and was going in like they'd been instructed to. And apparently there had been a traffic accident or maybe even a fatality down the road, and that had changed the traffic patterns. And he was unaware of that. And, you know, I think the officer that was directing traffic was maybe not part of the event traffic detail. And so that's where the miscommunication arose, and that's why we're here.
So other PGA golfers have been let through this morning, and he was under the impression that he could go through?
Yes. Well, they are allowed to go through. That's why they have the credentials. They're way through. And so unaware that there had been a red, you know, he proceeded like they've been instructed to.
About how long was he out at Valhalla with LMPD before he make it back here?
Yeah, all this is we'll just litigate the case as it comes. Scottie will cooperate fully, and we'll just deal with it as it progresses.
What happens from here?
No, he did exactly as he was instructed to do to enter the premises.
So what happens from here? What's next now?
We'll have court. You know, he's been released. We'll decide if he's going to play golf today or not. And we'll just deal with the court system as it comes.
So he won't be arraigned or anything?
The charges already came.
He'll make that decision.
I mean, when you think about how much money's on the line for this, yeah, he probably will play golf.
Yeah, hang on. What's the person of the PGA Championship? PGA Championship. $17.5 million. The winner gets 3.15. This is his career. I mean, yeah, he's going to play.
I mean, I'm not going to get 3.5 million all lifetime.
Is there a description you can provide about why assault was included in the charge?
No.
How is Scottie feeling this morning? What did he say?
We'll just let it all play out. That's the extent of what we know. It's moving pretty fast at this time, but we'll litigate the case as it comes.
How long was he in LMDC this morning?
That's all.
I don't hate that lawyer's statement, by the way.
No.
That's not bad. That's basically saying we'll litigate the case as it comes. He's going to cooperate.
Yep.
As far as lawyer statements are concerned, solid. Expresses the confusion, expresses that it occurred, all the above. So let's see. I was getting right back to this. Here's another report. The police officer attempted to attach himself. This was weird language, by the way. This is part of the original reporting. The police officer attempted to attach himself to Scheffler's car.
Like, so the cop jumps on his car.
Or like grabs the handle, or maybe grab the door handle. Because and here's how I imagine this plays out.
Attach himself is a really weird bit of language, right?
It's kind of strange. Like,
did he like whip out a roll of duct tape, or?
We don't have any video of what occurred. So the duct tape was a funny comment. I just didn't hear that until my brain processed it a solid 6 seconds after you said it.
Just for this purpose, he's covered in crazy glue and he just sticks himself to the side.
Like what they do at the Louvre or stuff like that when they're trying to do the protests. No, so here's the best way I've been able to kind of process via the various reports of what occurred.
Somebody suggesting it was magnets.
Is in traffic and sees Valhalla, not Valhalla. Generally, we hopefully no one saw that. Well, to the gentleman that passed, I mean, seriously, that is horrific. You're going to an event or you're around an event and a freaking shuttle hits you. But Scottie Scheffler is in line awaiting to get to the course. He has credentials that allow him to bypass a lot of the standard traffic stops. Heck, he usually has escorts, police escorts, and staff in PGA attire who, while not police, are still directing him to do things that would be violative of traffic laws, right? So you have a PGA staff member who's standing out in the middle of the street and directing you to go opposite the flow of traffic. These players they'll go opposite flow of traffic. So in this occasion, he's in this traffic jam and he sees another player ahead of him, hypothetically speaking, that does the same diversion around and goes to the clubhouse. Him being a player, perhaps knowing the player there, veers off. And in doing so, as driving, now mind you, this is like 5 o'clock in the morning, driving, the cop or one of the cops that's in that other lane directing traffic in the opposite direction is flagging him, like waving at him, trying to get him to stop. He perceives that arguably as either a wave or a direction, some fashion, but now he is side by side with the cop. The cop then knocks on the window, and the whole account, I think, says that he rolled 10 to 20 feet beyond that, like when the cop knocked on the window. And he rolls by, and the cop grabs on the handle or something and gets dragged along with the car. Well, Scottie Scheffler stops the car and rolls down the window. The reporting is that the cop then immediately reaches in, grabs Scottie Scheffler, who's 6'3", 200 pounds, by the arm and proceeds to yank him out of the window of the car, which, if you're the cop, that is a fair reaction to a motorist driving contrary to your instruction. I don't think the cop, I mean, we can, in hindsight, say the cop might have overreacted. I don't think the cop overreacted. I think the cop was within his rights to do that, to try and pull him out. Now, I don't know if it's one of those where he gets thrown in cuffs, but given the fact that the cop tried to stop the car, I don't know that this is wrong. I think this is a problem. Cop knocks on your window, you stop your car. You roll the window down and you start getting pulled out of the car, you comply. Now there's nothing that says you notice there's no resisting in there, which would have been, I mean, that's cop's second favorite charge, is resisting arrest.
Obstruction of justice, no underlying charge, just obstruction.
Officer then begins screaming at Scheffler to get out of the car. When Scheffler exits the vehicle, officer shoved him against the car and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Okay. You had a person that wasn't complying with instruction, continuing to drive a vehicle within proximity to get back in the vehicle. You can cuff him and put him in the back of the cop car. Okay. That's fair. This part is being kind of refuted
Debbie, you need to email Rob.
Yeah, email me, lawandlumber@gmail.com, please.
Because, yeah, apparently that was supposed to be $5.
That's fair. Lawandlumber@gmail.com. I will work my very best. I will work my best behind the scenes to try and get that fixed. Okay. Yep, I see you. Send me an email. I'll try to get that fixed. So refused to comply and accelerated forward, which I don't think is corroborated by the people that were observing that, and then dragged the officer to the ground. I think the officer was dragged to the ground. I agree with that. Officer said he had pain, swelling, and abrasions to his left wrist, so he grabbed the handle.
Now, this is interesting. How does he get abrasions to his wrist when I've heard that falling to the ground gets abrasions to your knuckles?
Your knuckles? I don't know.
Shouldn't he have abrasions to his left knuckles?
Ian's being sassy. He's being sassy. But why grab a moving vehicle? Because he's a cop. There's nothing. One, it might not have been his best judgment moment. Like if he had that moment to relive, he's like, maybe I shouldn't have grabbed the car. But he's allowed to use. I don't see anything wrong. It might not have been the smartest thing in the world.
Because people do dumb shit. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
My dad injured himself at one point by dropping a glass and trying to catch the glass as it shattered. I know of a guy who does blacksmithing who has burns on his hand because he dropped something that was red hot and his reaction was catch it.
Or, how many of you have done this? You grab something out of the oven or off of like the counter and it is scalding hot and you sit here holding it for 2 seconds because you're like, I don't know where to put this and I don't want to drop it.
I haven't figured out a plan for this.
Yeah, right. How many people have had burns on their hands, fingers, and arms because they sit there and hold something and they're like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot, it's hot, hot. Don't drop until you can place it down gently.
I had to fight Zora a bit because I pulled something out of the oven and there was just too much crap on top of the stove for me to put it there. And then I just was like, okay, I got to set this down because it is way too hot. And so I set it on the floor because it was the only place. Well, Zora had opinions about that. She's like, mine. And so she comes running and I'm like, no.
Oh, dude, I have your client did something very foolish, and I will give my narrative, and you can cross-examine me however you see fit. So, I was in the process and had completed the cooking of chicken wings in the air fryer. Okay, now I tried a new recipe where I had dried the chicken wings and I had tossed them in flour and various seasonings, and I wanted to try and see what that would do in the air fryer, and actually it did very well at crisping the skin up. So I tossed them in the air fryer. They were fried.
Now, were these bone-free for my client's safety?
These were not intended for animal consumption at all.
Oh, I mean you had to know that there is a very real risk of that.
There is, and the risks.
Your intention aside.
The mitigation efforts that were in place were a gate that was on one end of the kitchen, a gate on the other end of the kitchen, and that the cooking was being done on a countertop that was more than 3.5 feet in the air. And the cooking materials were back off of the counter, a place that Leo, your client, knows or should know he is not allowed to go.
I'm sorry, my client is allowed everywhere.
Debatable. The jury can decide. Anyways, the chicken.
At least this is what he tells me.
Of the air fryer, and within 2 seconds of me placing the chicken wings on the counter, as I go back to close the air fryer, a whole chicken wing, the drumstick, is inhaled by the dog, fresh out of the air fryer. And when I say inhaled, I mean my reaction time in closing that door was seeing him flash, grabbed the chicken wing off of the counter, and then jumped down. And my hand went immediately to the mouth to try and grab this thing out of Leo's mouth. In the process of me going to grab him, I imagine that he, in that state of fright, panicked and swallowed said chicken wing whole. And I do mean whole. That had just come out of an air fryer that was cooking the chicken at 425 degrees Fahrenheit. For the Canadians in the chat, let me do the quick conversion. 425 F2C. That would be 218 degrees Celsius. So the chicken wing is inhaled at this point in time, and you see the look on this poor dog's face, which just is the eyeballs go wide. Well, yeah, just had a 425 degree chicken wing hit his stomach.
Hopefully he learned a lesson there.
Well, he proceeded to sprint into the living room, which is carpeted, mind you, and behind Mischief Manager's desk, also carpeted, and in the surrounding areas of cables, and proceeded to vomit very quickly and aggressively, both his dinner, I imagine some of his lunch, and yes, the entire ass chicken wing. I know, because I checked.
Well, that's at least good, because then there's no chicken bones to worry about. So a previous dog, Paddington Bear, he stole an entire chicken breast, and it took him, like, his inhalation of that was just, he tilted his head back and the thing was gone. And it was like, oh wow, you just ate that giant mass of chicken in like just gulp. But that is still better than another dog, Ripley. So Ripley stole a chicken breast that was in a plastic bag that was being defrosted. And we assumed that he ate it. That is not what he did with it. He decided to save it for later. And
Ew.
so
Where did he save it?
he put it down in my wife and I's bed. Now it's still in the plastic bag, but he hid it there under the blankets on my wife's side. So, she then later goes to have a nap.
Awesome.
She slides into bed, and I hear screaming. I think she's in trouble. I think she's being like attacked, or she's been injured or something. I go running, and she's like, sitting there holding this bag of chicken. And it's like, oh, hey, I guess he didn't eat it. And she's like, yeah. The dog was in the doghouse for a while.
Yeah. My thing is, well, gosh. The look on Leo's face after he vomited all of that up. Man, you look at the carpet and you're so mad because dog puke smells terrible.
Oh,
it's really
man.
bad, and it's hard to clean up, and it's annoying. You're looking at it, you're frustrated.
I've told you my worst case dog puke story, right?
Well, hang on, let me finish, and then you can. But then I look at Leo, and he is so scared, like eyes bulging and head cowering, and he's so scared, and he's just like, he doesn't understand what. And that's the other thing. Like, I didn't understand how quickly
he doesn't understand that it wasn't like a trap. He blames you.
Oh, I hate you. Yeah. No. Like, I looked around and that chicken wing was swallowed before I could ever even, there was no shot. And I don't think he actually intended to swallow. I think he just panicked.
I think he intended to swallow.
Well,
I think he intended to eat that entire chicken wing before you could get it back.
I looked at him and I said, I'm not angry,
I'm just
hope you learned-
disappointed.
I hope you learned enough. Did you learn anything? And he's just head down. Did you learn anything? And he did not learn anything. He didn't learn.
He's like, no.
Yeah, he's like, no, that was scary, but no, I didn't learn anything.
He's like, I'm not here for learning. I'm here for chicken.
The long-term memory receptors were not turned on. I just know that didn't feel good, so I threw it up. And I saw that you were upset, but I will probably do the same thing again.
He's like, in fact, could you turn your back so that I could get to the rest of the chicken?
Oh my gosh. This dog. So you were going to say the dog vomit story, which I don't know if the chat wants to hear, but I will let you say it.
Ripley, when we got him, had super anxiety, but also had the habit of eating his own poop. And so because he got so anxious, he ended up throwing up, but it was poop throw up. It was the worst smell I have ever smelled. And quite honestly, if I had like, winning PGA Tour money, I would have just bought a new house. It would have just been like, Mrs. Runkle comes home and it's just like, all right. She's like, where's the house? I'm like, I had it knocked over. We're building a new one.
And for those of you who are new to the chat, welcome. Hi to the hi. I'm Rob. This is Ian. For those of you who have not yet hit the like button, please do so. Very much appreciate it if you would. It looks like there are, let me see here. I don't ever call this out. It looks like there are 1,200 likes, which means there are 3,200 of you watching and 2,000 of you haven't hit the little red thumbs up button. Right there.
If you need like a tutorial, let us know.
Just click. Just click.
Yeah, we could figure that out.
Yeah, it's not hard. You can do it. I know you can. So, yeah. That was Leo. And for those of you who don't know who Leo is, let me see. I have the photograph of the Leo. And the Leo in the photograph is handsome and cute.
We can just sum it up by just saying Leo is a good dog.
He is a good dog. Moving on. Whooping. Present. Share window. This is the streaming setup I'm in front of right now, which is it's just I'm in a little corner, a little alcove. Improvised setup.
Nobody puts baby in a corner.
I mean, that on your left is the photo of Leo with Mini Mischief 2. When we brought him home in January.
That dog got big fast.
On the right is Leo and same Mini Mischief 2 4.5 months later.
And you know that that Leo will not let anything happen to that Mini Mischief 2.
No, unless he's the one tormenting Mini Mischief 2. But he became a full ass dog. Look at that face. Look at that. Look at the schnookums. Yeah, he became a full damn dog. Oh, freaking handsome face is killing me. Anyways.
Now, you sure he's a dog and not like, I don't know, a small horse?
He'll be a big boy. Mischief thinks he's gonna be like 80 pounds. I'm like, no, he'll be a buck. He'll be a hundo. So catching up on some super chats gets our next story, which is Karen Reed. So let's do this. Quantum Gecko came here for Debt Be Heard, stayed for the Sanity Law Tube is giving me through grad school. Y'all are the best. Thank you. And congrats on grad school.
He must not be a watcher of my channel if he's Getting sanity out of it.
There's a lot of sanity. It's interspersed with some crazy, but there's a lot of sanity. Especially when the sanity is going, what am I watching? Here for years, watching Rob have multiple brain farts is worth being awake at 3:50 in the morning. I have a lot of them. It just happens. And I hope that the chat knows that I am sincere in my love and care for all of you and your families, and hope that you're all doing very well. And that sometimes words come out of my mouth that are just, well, they're not really intended sometimes. And it's like, think further ahead, but ADHD. Sarah knew I'm a Louisvillian. I apologize for the Louisville Metropolitan Police Department. I don't really think the officer did a lot bad. I just think it was a big I honestly think it was a big misunderstanding. It just happens to suck for everyone involved. I mean, everyone involved. Officer, other officers, the pedestrian, the investigators, Scottie Scheffler, there was not a good thing that came out of that this morning. Wendy W., thanks for giving a member. Mama in chaos, F cancer, we lose the one person that helped me through school as a and also my best friend forever's mom to her 12-year battle with cancer. She was my hero. Fuck cancer and the horse she rode in on. Coming up on year 5, losing my dad. Fuck cancer. The horse she rode in on.
And the horse that rode in on. Yeah.
Cancer's best friend. Cancer's uncle. The person that was testifying to cancer not being in the house.
That sounds like a reference to me.
I don't know if it was. Holly, to that question, the world may never know. Jen, Louisvillian here. I hope I said that right. I'm unfortunately not surprised MPD did this. They're notorious and never face consequences. I don't know. I don't think the officer was excessive. I think stupid. I don't think excessive. Katrina Turner, 2 seconds. I have spinal cord and brainstem injuries. A coworker parked a forklift on my right foot, and I didn't notice until I tried to walk away. Well, Katrina.
Ow.
One, I know pain tolerance is a real thing, and I know that women have higher pain tolerances than men, generally speaking.
It might be that the spinal cord injury is the reason for that.
Perhaps a forklift.
I suspect that's just no sensation in the feet.
Hopefully it didn't do us too much damage. Lindsay, reflexes are unpredictable. A few years back, I reflexively tried to break up a fight between 2 dogs I was babysitting. Pit Doberman and Pit Great Dane mixes. Wow. Yeah. One trip to the ER later. Things happen in the heat of the moment that you just, I trust and hope that recovery was well taken and received. Mispronounced name. I've been wondering, why do you name your dog Cat? Oh, Leo the lion. He was L litter. So we wanted to make sure that, and the kids picked it. I was going for Shadow because he stuck to us like a shadow, but kids like Leo. That's F in Texas. Get kitty litter. It helps it with dog puke and diarrhea. Pour it in, let it soak. Smell is gone and easier to clean up.
That's a good tip.
It's a good tip. Mrs. Squirrel, thanks for becoming a member. Whiskey 77, Leo has representation and will not be defamed. He was adequately represented. Katrina Turner, Leo is still just a baby and the goodest baby. Yes, he is. Minnie Stapleton, thank you for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Laura Cove, thanks for becoming a member. Bulldog Mom, thanks for becoming a member. These are some of the Karen Reed stuff. Let me see if I can. Stitches and Giggles, hello from Spotsylvania. Reed trial is nuts. It is. Absolutely. Gimli Girl, thank you. So excited to have Rob and Runkle on screen together. Hashtag legends. Questions. Are you guys annoyed at Bev's huffing and puffing and seemingly lack of organization at all? As the trial has calmed down, I am becoming more in tune with how she runs her courtroom, and I'm less frustrated by it. I've made the comment before. You just have to know what a judge is going to do, and you have to have a good feeling for the judge, what the judge is going to do. And as long as the judge is predictable, you can run a trial in front of that judge. Now that we've seen Judge Bev for 3 weeks, we have an understanding of how she runs her courtroom. The one thing I think is frustrating is, why do you bring the jury in before handling preliminary matters? Let them stay out there. Just let them stay out there. I don't mind the whole object and then approach when you want to make an argument, because we've actually seen some of the attorneys make the comment of, objection, I'd like to be heard. And the judge will immediately let them up and make a record. So I disagree with some of her rulings. I disagree strongly with some of her rulings, but I think she's actually made some rulings disfavorable to the prosecution as well. So I'm torn. Got some laughing moments. So like I said, I'm torn. Tough Cookies gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Rachel Dueck. Hi, Rob. Hope the move went smoothly. It's still in process, but it's going great. Great being, it's going. If my camera is shaking, it's because I'm on a rickety desk. Yeah. We're good. We're very good. Nancy Robbins, thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, everyone. Hospital sucks. I'm sorry for that. Good news. CRP levels are the lowest they've been in 5 years. I have relapsing polychondritis, and the chemo is finally starting to work. Congratulations. Start infusion therapy soon. Cheers on the transition to infusion therapy. I know it's a big step in the right direction from chemo, and a lot less invasive and a less of a burden on your life. So my hope for you is that all goes well and according to plan. Rosebud 26, thanks for gifting memberships. Uncle family can't watch Ian recap. 6H angry is bad for health. 6 hours angry. He's not out. He's not angry for 6 hours. He's laughing for 6 hours mostly.
It's not 6 hours.
It's not. That was like the one time. It's Maggie May says they probably saw him.
I don't think it was even that long.
They probably saw, this is in regard to the judge and the attorney. They probably saw all my Twitter interactions with Rob and Runkle's Twitter accounts. I didn't mention I was a LawTube junkie. I wanted to be on the jury. It's, you know what? It's fair, but it's also probably fair that you got bounced. I'm not going to lie. I probably would have bounced you too if you were in my Veniri.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kelly H. Prosecution thinks they're Albert's defense. On that topic, let me see here. Kristen M96, I'd brag that at least SLED didn't use solo cups, but there was Dr. Armpits as the ME. So we've seen a lot of trials that are just head scratching, right?
Yep.
When you started covering trials like this, did you think, I know that you probably anticipated that you would see some local intricacies and oddities as far as how people handle things in courtrooms, various places. Did you think that we'd see the shit we've seen? Like the shotgun being pointed in the gallery?
I mean, I had a cop repeatedly point guns at me in a proceeding, so.
Okay, how about 9 million what if any's?
There are some really annoying prosecutors. I mean, there's some really annoying defense lawyers too, but.
Okay, give me something. What's something you have seen in one of the trials you covered that you've never seen in the court in Canada? There's got to be something.
I don't know. I mean, the thing is that there's lots of little things that you can see. It's just we see a lot of them.
Yeah. That's annoying. You still laugh at the weird things that come up, though, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You haven't lost all the spark, have you?
I mean,
are you sparkless?
Probably for only like the last 300 years, but.
Well, you have been alive for like 3,000, so I can't fault you the last couple hundred. You know what? Nashville's going to be fun.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
Kelly Kell. Well, step by step, you can do it. Keep chugging along. Keep chugging along. We're going to go with keep chugging along. Keep chugging along. Henhouse Bath Company, week 5 at the gym done, getting healthy for 2024. Congratulations to you. Great thing to do in 2024 is get healthy. I'd like to join you in that endeavor. Also, thank you very much for the very generous scented candles and soaps that were absolutely amazing to receive. Very kind of you to send for the birthday. Jeremy Orton, this reaffirms why I can't watch the trial anymore, saying the defense is wasting time. There's a lot going on. Chelsea, thanks for the gifted memberships. Koch and the Frankfurter, thank you for the gifted memberships. Lady Drake, you got
somebody in the chat makes an excellent point. Lead investigator looking for nudes in the suspect's phone.
We haven't gotten there yet. I mean, we got an
we haven't gotten there yet, but that was in the opening statement, and that's something that I was like, "What the furry?"
Yeah. Or lead investigator stays on case when the lead investigator knows and is friends with every single person who had anything to add to the investigation.
Yep.
Lee Drake, you got to experience military style packing. At least your trash wasn't packed up with all your stuff. Is correct. It was not. Just like all of my cords, cables, and some birthday cards that I had not yet opened. So I will open those later in the new house. If I don't respond, it's not because I haven't received it. It's because it is in a box. And I will open it later. Canonical Heat, thanks for the gifted memberships. Carson Pratt, thanks for keeping me company on night shift. Hope night shift goes well and without issue. Tess Heard, I'm going to be volunteering at CrimeCon. Hope to see you. Hope so too. Please approach either Ian, myself, or Emily and introduce yourself and say hi. I'm going to be nervous about people saying hi because I'm usually rather shy in big crowded rooms, but we're going to have a good time. Ian will be my emotional support human. See, look how emotionally supportive he is. Happy Sunshine, thank you for cheering me up with FNF bedridden after having my toenail removal surgery. Oh my gosh. I feel like a bug upside down as I lay down in bed. Oh my gosh. I hope that that recovery goes quickly. Nails and the nail beds, not fun things to mess around with. Elizabeth Love, thank you for the tip. Best donuts in Nashville. $5 bakery. Fat Bottom Brewery allegedly does good beer, but I don't drink, so I don't know. Avoid where I-24 meets I-65 if at all possible. Good tips.
I'm probably not going to be driving, so.
Oh, I'm not driving. I'm Ubering everywhere. Canonically Heat, get your lucky subscription and give a very lucky like and give the Fabulous Mods all dressed chips. Fabulous Mods deserve more than all dressed chips. They deserve a lot of love for putting up with the chaos that Ian and I bring to YouTube all the time, and I thank them for being here. But yes, please remember to hit the like button if you can. Oh, Nicholas. Okay, what'd you do today, my friend? Nicholas, how many stormtroopers does it take to change a light bulb? Oh my God. None, because they're all on the dark side. There were better ones you could have gone with, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hate that one as much as I thought I would. What's it? Is it getting more hate as you think about it?
I hate it a fair bit.
That's okay. Charlotte DeRoche, thank you for becoming a member. Thanks for being a member for 11 months. Janet D got summoned for a federal grand jury. Any tips or advice? Sit and listen. You're a federal grand jury. Sit and listen. And listen to the powers that the prosecutor says that you have. Mm-hmm. Also, I'm not sure I'm supposed to be telling you any advice whatsoever.
Yeah, they'll tell you what you need.
Yeah. You do what you were instructed to do by the judge, which is going to be listen. So do that. Coral Sol, thank you for the gift of
Judge outranks Rob.
Absolutely.
Not me, but Rob.
Every day. frustratingly so sometimes. Scorpion, Ian, bring EDB and Rob Fudgos and Cadbury. Cadbury, I think.
There's a limit to how much stuff I can bring.
That's true. That's true. Mod Princess 916, evening Rob and Ian, happy Friday. Sir Merrick, can't wait for the buddy cop movie of Investigation featuring Officer Prostate and Bukaki. Well,
you know, everybody's like that officer, whenever he goes back to his station,
I know.
He's got a nickname now.
Because you know that no one else in his department is ever, for the rest of his career, letting him live that down.
Oh, man. If I was in his area and I was a criminal, I would learn that nickname. Just in case I was ever arrested by him.
He's never living that down, ever. 20th Century Fox is a place here in Massachusetts that sells all dressed chips. They sell them here, too. They're just not the same. I've had them. They're not the same. Snow Maven. Oh, this is savage. Movers packed my homework when I moved from Missouri to Idaho in high school. It was due the next day. Luckily, my teacher was understanding. Dear student, where is your homework? The movers packed it? I mean...
It's in box something like 12 to 36.
It's somewhere. Oh, Nick Loss explaining himself. By the way, I'm sparkling wine drunk tonight. So are you sparkling and enjoying life as a sparkle fart? Good. Martha Ivy, glad your move's is moving smoothly. Rob, thank you. Very much appreciated. Adrian Angevine says, want to thank you both for your inspiration. Today, I graduated with honors with AAS in paralegal studies and inducted into Atlanta Epsilon Chi. Next is the LSAT. Congratulations, Adrian. And I'm so glad that you have shared your experience of becoming a court reporter through the chat at every stage. It's been really cool to see you chime in from time to time.
And if you need LSAT tips, give me a shout.
Yep. Ian is absolutely your guy.
I used to teach it professionally, so.
Nancy 70. I really look forward to this week's content. Thank you, Nancy. Very much appreciated. Lynn, cheers to you, Rob, in Northern Kentucky, drinking Kentucky Pink. Okay. Nanner, can I get a bit of When I'm 64 for my birthday on Sunday? When I'm 64, I hope that sleep comes easier.
I think they're referring to the Beatles song.
I don't know when I'm 64.
Will you still need me? Will you still feed me when I'm 64?
Oh, that's true. Yep.
So that's a bit of when I'm 64. That's as far as we're going.
I was never much of a Beatles fan, to be quite honest.
How do you feel about the Eagles?
Conflicted. Some good, some bad. Why?
Oh, I was just going to go with the quote from what is it, The Big Lebowski?
I haven't seen that movie in too long. I need to watch that movie soon.
That's a good movie.
Why not have two best men? Because there has to be one goodest man. Especially if that goodest young man happens to be a short little young man.
Now, if he's the best man, I'm really curious as to what sort of bachelor party he plans.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Nope. I already gave you a task if you felled up for it. I think it'd be fun. Day at the range.
Range day is a good idea. Although
there's Xcal near me, which is that indoor. Yeah. You were saying
I'll have to look into some of that.
Or paintball.
Paintball is a good choice.
Yeah. Then you can take out some of that, like just that fun aggression and laugh about it later over some beer. There are ideas. I trust you a little bit. No, I don't. I don't trust you at all.
I was going to say, you really shouldn't.
I really don't. You said you were going to show up to the wedding in a ninja outfit.
If necessary.
It's fair. Nanner, during lunch today, could Jen talk to her hubby
A suit isn't that different from a ninja outfit.
But you could fit the ninja outfit under the suit.
True.
Man, during lunch today, could Jen talk to her hubby in the middle of testifying? She could, but that would not be permitted. Like, what you can do as a human being, hey, you can do a lot of things as a human. What you should or are allowed to do, very different. No, she's not allowed to talk to her husband about any of her testimony during the lunch break. And she shouldn't have, or she shouldn't. So, all right. So now it looks as though we are caught up, and now we're ready for a couple more. Dina, thank you for the gifted memberships. John, Hannah, thank you for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Lady Drake had a great 40th birthday last weekend. I missed y'all last weekend. Happy 40th birthday to Lady Drake, who celebrated her 40th a couple weeks after mine. So happy 40th birthday to one of the coolest mods this channel has seen.
Rob, somebody does make a solid point about the paintball thing.
What?
We should not be sending you to the wedding with little circular welts and bruises. And more to the point, you shouldn't be going on your honeymoon with a whole bunch of awkwardly placed
Oh, I'm not
bruises.
getting shot.
Oh.
See, that's the point. I'm not getting shot.
Bet.
I can do a gentleman's wager.
The thing is almost every field, when they know there's a when they know it's a bachelor party, arranges some sort of, getting shot a lot event.
I mean, I will retaliate.
Retaliate, yes, but you'd have to plan to get shot.
Just have to make sure that the rear tail light on Mischief's car is not broken. Yeah. Calypso Vixen is coming in and calling me out again. Who's also a great friend of the channel. Like telling the kind lady whose hubs had to have his leg amputated to put one foot in front of the other to get through it. Case in point, ADHD brain not thinking ahead. Sequence of words may have unintended meaning, but message comes from the heart. The message came from the heart, and I realized it. And honestly, I kind of hope that there's a little bit of a sense of humor, maybe. Hopefully.
I hope. I was just like, oh, that was awkward.
And the call out was, thank you for the call out, by the way, because it was appropriately timed. It's set
I
up.
was just like, oh, Rob.
Professor of Logic, if there's a way to musically explain the situation, Rob, people wouldn't understand then. There might be. We might hear it when I need a break. Apple Silver, Rob, maybe Scheffler should have been using Google Maps. Oh. I still need that case to end so I can be right.
The thing is even if they win, you won't be right.
Yes, I will.
You'll just be on the prevailing side, but that's not.
I will win.
There's a difference.
I will be vindicated. Okay. So today in the Karen Reed saga, I say saga because, well, it's a saga. It's a slogging saga, a saga of slogging. We are on witness, what, 39 now? Actually, I should pull.
I'm surprised it's only that many.
So the poll right now with 3,200, and oh my gosh, the poll is going wild. Hang on one second. I should rephrase that differently. That didn't sound right. 3,000.
He's not talking about YouTube, folks.
No, we're not. 3,248 votes, 50 votes, 51 votes. And of the question that we have posed in the poll, which is how many witnesses will be called by the prosecution in the case of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed? Option 1, 33. FYI, you're already wrong. Option 2, and by the way, 2% of you said option 1. Like I put in the option that you were already wrong. Option 2 was 40, which would be only 2 witnesses from today, or 1 witness. And that was 9%. Option 3, which was 50, and that was 35%. I think we're going to get beyond that number, honestly.
Oh,
we're at
absolutely.
39 and we haven't gotten any of the medical yet.
I mean, they've got
Options-
how many weeks left?
Oh my God. Well, the prosecution arguably has 1 week left. Which, holy shit, how are we here? This was supposed to be an 8-week trial. We're 3 weeks in. And we have not gotten to we've gotten one expert, the animal DNA expert.
Who found
We haven't
pig?
gotten to accident reconstruction. We haven't gotten to the ME or any of the doctors. We haven't gotten to a damn cause of death. We haven't gotten. We're still at the fucking bar.
I think it's probably just a regular bar, but yes.
Ian. Oh, you son of a bitch. Option 3 of what you could have chosen would have been 50. And I think we're going to exceed that probably by Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. And option 4 was how many, if any, witnesses, ... And so the winner was obviously how many, if any, witnesses with 54% of the vote. Why are we still at the bar?
Isn't it still like we're still establishing whether it was snowing and whether she had a clear drink? And
now I will say that Matt McCabe and Jen McCabe, for whatever you view their testimony as, at least got us closer to the day in question, and at least are some of the first witnesses testifying to Karen Reed that we have heard since the first responders. Right?
mm-hmm.
Well, let's get to the testimony of Mr. Matthew McCabe. And we are in cross-examination. Why? Because the direct examination is a few too many what if any's that I could hear. We left off yesterday with I was woken up to screaming in my bedroom of Karen Reed calling and Jen McCabe waking up and back and
See,
forth.
now he's just bragging.
You know what? Being a guest entitles you to certain liberties as far as the ability to not have to manage a stream and to be right there punchy. Bitch to you deliver. Oh. Well, shall we change the background for this testimony? Let's go with what do we want to do? We can do. That's not fun. Ooh, there's a bat signal. That looks weird. I don't like that. A cat that's fishing. That looks odd too. What do we have?
Cat that's fishing is kind of appropriate for the prosecution trying to figure things out.
You know what? It might. Hang on. Let's see. We've got there's a chicken an egg hatching. Well, that doesn't look right. There's a crab. Oh, the crab is fun. A rabbit running. Nope, that looks creepy like Alice in Wonderland, so we're not doing that one. Surfing. There's weightlifting. There's art. We can do walk like an Egyptian. We can do a, you know what? I think we're going to go with something rather simple and calming, like a moon. Because
Is that moon on fire?
It's just sparkling. It's just doing its thing. Are you objecting to the moon? Would you like a meteor? There's a meteor. Ooh, that's fun. Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay, Matt McCabe. Shall we resume cross-examination?
Some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
All right.
I don't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to Runkle, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because it was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right.
What do you know,
one last
sir?
question on this three-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right. Well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
That's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, you know, again, I understand your qualification. It could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes. Okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was my sight would had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I would have been looking over the lawn, correct? Again, I was focused on the vehicle.
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Yannetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he was not done with his answer.
My fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a
Now, here's the thing about this cross-examination. Yannetti is pretty good about getting people to the one-word answers, right? Yes or no.
Mm-hmm. This guy doesn't want to.
He doesn't, but he also, at least for the beginning of cross, I thought he handled the additional explanations not bad. He gets there. We're not there yet.
I don't know. He gives me cop vibes.
Kind of like not giving in to the one word, like not saying yes, but giving it in his own words.
Yeah, I don't know. He's very much not wanting to answer the questions as asked.
Yeah, but I will say I didn't find him incredibly evasive. Not here. Later, yeah. Not here. But I don't know. I didn't hate some of this. He starts getting frustrated though.
I mean, of course he does.
Chat? Mom, what do you do in the chat? She's on West Coast time. Hey, Mom.
Be disappointed in us.
I haven't said anything inappropriate yet. I mean, I have. Ian has said a lot. I've said less. Love you. Very jealous of where you are right now. She's in the San Juans off of Washington State. Yeah. So happy Friday, Mama. Got to take her out to a lovely Mother's Day the day after on Monday. It was wonderful. Before, it was great. Thanks, Mom, for chiming in. I love seeing the chat, by the way. Well, he gets evasive, and now they start talking to each other, and Yannetti tries to get back control. I thought Yannetti kind of lost control of the witness a bit.
I mean, this was a witness who was very much trying to be...
There was a way to box him in. It was tough. He's a difficult witness to box in, but I feel like you would have handled it a little differently.
He loses his temper a little bit.
He does. And it's shortly after this.
The court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
Okay. You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Okay. I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer.
Yes. Right there. I love that. And that, I feel like, was intended to directly piss the witness off.
Oh yeah, no, that's poking at the witness for sure.
Yep.
If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused on the road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
But let me be clear. I'm not asking you if you looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
And last question on this point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
No, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so?
Yeah, give or take 1:40, 1:45. I don't know the exact time.
And you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel?
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
It was excessive, but he gives the answers like, I didn't see a busted taillight. I didn't see this. I didn't see a 6-foot man. And he does the added, wish I did. Fair. So I don't think he does terrible. He does combative. We'll do about 15 more seconds of this. Then I'm going to fast forward.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle, which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway to the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps.
All right, we get into the debate about the back and forth, right, left, and we get confused about our directions. But we got spicy moments too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 2-1-5-0.
No, show it to him. Don't.
I'm sorry.
Touch it?
Oh, show it to
Show it to Mr. Miller.
The judge is like, show it to the damn prosecutor. Like, you got to show it to him first. So this is one of those looks from the judge that, like, the second the attorney sees it, it's like, oh shit, you're right. Got to go back there.
And don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
Yep. There. Been there. Yannetti, been there. And you have years on me.
It happens to all of us.
Thank you.
I'm showing you a document, sir, and if you look up or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses.
Is it poorly printed? Like,
I'm making it out. I got it.
I think it's probably
Is it light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear
not. It's just dark, but I got it. Go up front.
you not like what you see.
What the hell?
I didn't catch that before. He literally goes over the window and he starts reading. He goes, "What the hell?"
So what the hell makes it for me?
This witness, as far as one of the things I made the comment about this witness was, he's one of the people that testifies during this trial that doesn't bother saying it was like piss and rain or something like that. He's going to use the words he's going to use in regular speech. He didn't, couch his language for much. And when you're on the witness stand, what the hell, as you're reading it, not really the most professional look. I can see how it would play though. Until this.
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take all your time, the time.
Yep, I got it. Yep, I see it.
Okay. If I may just grab
Yes.
that back.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The troopers were outside of the house. Yes.
Right. That's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with
Whole lot of grooming.
Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian House, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
Oh,
So-
that's an interesting way of referring to them.
We're just gonna go ahead. I mean,
I'm like, I wonder now about the demographics of the jury.
yeah, that's
If
one
you've got a
way to
witness
say
on the other side and you can get out that they're, you know, that they have any sort of issues with, yeah, you always do it.
Does that happen to be next to the Hispanic house and across the street from the Black American house, or the
well navigated,
anyhow?
Rob.
Just look, you will find any number of jokes and colloquialisms in my chat, in my group chats. I don't know that you're going to see that.
I'm just going to note as well, there's a lot of, when you do criminal law, you run into a lot of racist witnesses.
Oh, yeah.
Or other sorts of bigotry, right? It's just all the time. And yeah, it happens all the time. So
I once had a witness on the stand, cross-examined him over a text message that he said he didn't send, and it used the religion that began with M and ends with M and added animals to it. And he said,
okay, that's a choice.
And he said in a text message, and he was kind of saying, I don't recall. And the judge, I've never heard this judge come in with like a booming voice and said the word and said, did you say it? Yes or no? And I was like, oh shit. Okay. I'm going to sit my ass down. Judge has got this one. It's a whole lot of stuff that people send in text messages that they probably shouldn't.
I had one where the one witness said some really terrible things about women. And I made him read them all.
Yeah.
With the female judge who was looking at the guy the whole time with like the making some choices, are we? So,
and Lexa Faye, this is a fair point. It's still better the Asian house than the dead guy in the lawn house. But I don't know if that's right or not. So, oh baby.
You mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes.
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
Correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that. I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And
I tell witnesses, eat the frog. If there's something that that's in there, that's something that is fucking terrible.
You just got to own it, because
you own it.
You can't fix it now.
Nope. And this was part that I thought, honestly, with me listening to this, yes, I'm going, wait, what the fuck you call that thing? But also going, okay, he ate the frog. He didn't run from something that is clearly embarrassing. And by that, you actually win brownie points with the jury when they actually view you lose some, you lose a bunch, but you can
I've told judges, like, how do you know this guy was honest? They embarrassed the hell out of him on the stand. And he answered every humiliating, embarrassing, question designed to, to humiliate, and, just answered them like, directly and honestly.
Now, let me give a caveat to that. With this witness and with others, there have been moments when they have eaten the frog. When they have owned something that looks exceedingly embarrassing. Even Colin Albert, when he was testifying about the video he made. Yeah, I was telling him to come fight me, right? There's a part of him who's owning it. But when you have that, which is something that's clearly bad that you don't want them, that you would expect they would not want to admit to doing, and they're admitting it. But then you have something as dumb as, were you in a group text?
Well, the thing is they admit it because, Colin Albert admitted it because he'd already been dragged through it on cross and he knew what was coming.
I know.
It wasn't that he was admitting it because he was, anything. It was that he'd already been shown what will happen.
Matt McCabe didn't get dragged through the Asian house thing.
No.
He came right out and was like, yeah, they were.
I don't think he saw it as an issue.
It's one. Okay. But there have been witnesses in this trial, you have to admit, that have admitted things that you're going, okay, they admitted that. I was surprised they admitted that. I thought they would fight more on that. But then the very next fucking question is something that seems so innocuous. Like, Caitlin Albert, do you know who, or no, McLaughlin. Do you know who Caitlin Albert is? I went to high school.
I think I've vaguely heard of her.
I went to a high school with a girl named Caitlin Albert. Why is that the thing you're resisting? And that contrast is something that just like flashes as a big red light signaling to the world and the judge and the jury going, fuck, why are you fighting him on this?
Yeah, it says there's a problem.
So, yeah.
You didn't feel the
it's
need,
like
the need to ask their names.
Give me a second there.
Go.
It's like I said before, somebody was saying, like, aren't some witnesses anxious or they just have poor memories? And I'm like, you can be anxious and have a poor memory all you want. It's when you do it only when it's inconvenient. So if your memory looks, bad, that's fine, right? They'll just say, oh yeah, this is a person with holes in their memory, right? But it's when you have a selective memory that it looks bad to a judge or a jury. And, I've had that before where, a witness gets up and the prosecution asks them all sorts of questions and they're like, honestly, it was like 3 years ago and I don't remember. And then when I ask them questions, they're like, I still don't remember anything. It's like, okay, cool. This is just somebody like.
And for me, what I have recognized is it's the tone shift. It is when the entirety of their testimony is right. So if someone who, when you are cross-examining them, is combative, if they are consistently combative, that's fair. They don't like being in that position. They don't like you asking the question. They don't like you questioning what they're saying. That's fine. If someone is consistently cooperative, fair. If they are consistently responsive to the questions in tone or subject on a level that like is just even keel, whether that's a heightened level or lower level, when they're consistent with that. But when they are consistently, we'll call Matt McCabe conversational. I'm not going to say he's confrontational. He's conversational. He wants to recharacterize the question and he wants to explain it, right? But when he changes tone to be more distancing,
you notice,
or more pausing, and when his cadence shifts, it's like a big beacon. It's like, hey, we're here. Why are you doing this here? So he came out and said the Asian house stuff and owned that, and that was no problem. But listen to the tone shift when you get into the rest of this text, this chat.
Try to call them by their names.
I've never met them. Sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
No. Judge, no.
When you did tell,
I will say, The choice of yellow tie, blue suit, one of my favorite and most classics in the world. That's why the tie that Ian has is his, and how it's always it's a subtle yellow, so it's not like bright, but the yellow suit, blue tie, solid choice.
The group chat about the troopers being at that house. Nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need it.
Just give it to him. Thank you.
This is why I actually don't hate Judge Bev. There is an honesty to her, and like I said, as long as you have a judge that's consistent, you can deal with it.
I don't think she's super consistent because
some of the rulings are different and they bother me.
Yeah, I mean, I think she gives a different.
You mean calling out the defense?
Yeah, when she doesn't with the prosecution.
Now, she jumped on Lolly a bit this afternoon, like, we can get beyond this, right? We don't have to, we know it was snowing. I don't know. I don't hate her. I don't see the same level that a lot of other people are seeing. I get frustrated with some of the rulings, but I don't see the same things that others are. I feel like I could try a case in front of her.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like egregious, but yeah.
You're frustrated. I know. We have a difference of opinion. I think I could try a case in front of her and not.
I mean, it really depends on how the case is going, right? Because Lolly's doing great in front of her.
How he's doing in front of the jury, I don't know.
Oh, I mean, if I'm the jury, I've got some opinions, like, you know, I'm missing work for this.
Where are we? Why are we here?
Yeah.
I'll just give you one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem. Thank you.
And again, just look at it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one, and then this is the next one?
I'm
just making sure.
I understand. I appreciate that. You tell me. If with the court's permission.
Sure.
Thank you.
You see, the judge could have cut him off there easily, and she didn't. And he didn't cut him off because
sometimes she lets them go, but a lot of the time she cuts them off.
She shuts it down. I do want to remind people this is one of the only cases where we actually get to see a SODIT defense laid out, or at least argued. Like, that opening statement by defense would have been skewered by most judges.
Well, you gotta, you know.
Ian has opinions. He's playing so coy. He's very good at hiding his opinions too. Like, you can't tell at all that he's frustrated at having. You cannot tell by the tone in Ian's voice that he disagrees with me in any fashion, right? Chat, if you were to look at Ian right now and listen to the tone of his voice, you would say that Ian and Rob are 100% on the same page, right?
I mean,
you can rant. You're
the thing
allowed
is
to.
There aren't a lot of cases where a SODIT defense comes up at all.
Correct.
It's not so much allowed. It's just like a lot of the time it's just not there, right?
Yeah.
You might love to point the finger at somebody, but it's like, who, right? And you can't do that with no basis. You got to have some evidence to it. Especially because if you point the finger at somebody and like it doesn't pan out, the jury may be annoyed by that.
The hurdle varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but usually you have to have more than just motive and opportunity. You have to have motive, opportunity, and some direct evidence in order to present it.
It depends. I mean, motive can be irrelevant, right?
But opportunity has to be there.
Opportunity has to be there.
And you have to have something else. And something not just like speculative. You have to have something solid.
But I mean, you can often point to opportunity for just like generically, in the sense of like anybody could have committed this crime. So where this will frequently come up is like, let's say somebody's car was stolen or keyed. No. Keyed is a really popular one for this.
You
right?
have to, but you have to clarify that because that's not a true sought it. That's a my guy didn't do it because you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did, and this was the opportunity everyone else had to do it. That's the world at large. You need actual more to point to somebody else. Like you need more than just what you're describing to point to a family of people.
Let me flesh it out a little bit more here. So the keying thing is really common, especially with like breakups. You know, woman or guy leaves their partner, and then the next day their car is keyed with something that says something like, you know, something offensive, right? And so you might say, you can't prove it was me because it happened sometime over the weekend while you weren't checking your car. And it could have been anybody.
Yep.
But you might be able to go a step further. It might be after you broke up with me, you immediately started dating this other dude and then broke up with him. And he's been sending you some angry texts, hasn't he?
Well, see, you would need the angry texts.
You'd need the angry. I mean, you might be able to do it even just with the other dude broke up with you.
No way. I can't see
because
letting you run that defense.
If they're not going to let you run that defense, they shouldn't let you run the prosecution on that either. That's all it is.
No, but implicating another person, that's why there's that hurdle. If you like the other dude in your hypothetical, right? You are directly inferring that this other person committed that criminal act, right?
I'm suggesting it's possible, and that it's the duty of the prosecution is to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it didn't happen.
In most jurisdictions in the U.S., you need more than just the possibility. You would need the texts. In most jurisdictions, you would.
You need something. You need an air of reality to it.
That part. You need more than just the possibility.
But the thing is if the prosecution's case is basically just your guy had, you know, a reason to be annoyed at the person.
Yeah.
And we don't know who else did it. You know, I would be arguing certainly that the air of reality is that it's equally plausible, you know, so.
Now, would you acknowledge that the assessment is a sliding scale based on the weight of the evidence that is in favor of the prosecution for the charge and whether or not they get to point the finger at somebody else?
I'm not sure.
This is me fighting with a criminal defense attorney. It's not fighting. It's just, I know
there's the thing that you come up with or that you run up against is that sometimes it's things like, hey, do you owe this guy drug money? Right.
Yeah.
Do you owe like,
okay, that's fair. So in protective order violation cases, I will get that where it's like a protective order violation. And they're saying that, something was left on my lawn or someone posted something nasty on the internet that they would gotten from the other side.
I got a text message. It, it says something insulting,
and it was from a private number.
And yeah, it was from a private number. I don't know who it is, but I'm pretty sure it has to be this person.
Yeah, or I got a phone call and there was breathing, but it was an anonymous number.
Yeah.
Okay, fair. Got it. That's where we are. See, with that, if that's
it's tough to determine what's fair, right? Because there's different rules in different places as to when you can argue it. But the question of when it's fair to argue it is a different question. And that one trips me up a bit here, right? Because, I certainly wouldn't want to be dragged into court. And if I was the judge, I would also say, like, if you bring the person into court to say, isn't it true it was you? And they're like, well, no. And or they don't bring the person into court at all. And they just say, hey, then I'm like, then I might have some issues.
The finger at the anonymous man you don't bring in, or woman.
Yeah, I'd be like, I'm not putting a whole lot of weight on this because you didn't bring the person in, right? It's easy to point the finger.
Something.
Yeah. It's easy to point the finger when you're not actually, letting them respond. Because, the risk that you'd have is, let's say you bring them in and the guy's like, no, I didn't do it. And, actually, here's my very elaborate reasons why I couldn't possibly have done it. So
now, and the position that you would take with this case is that, of course, that she couldn't look. You can't just ignore the federal investigation.
They're not letting a single bit about the federal investigation into this case.
It's already slipped in.
Barely.
Why did it not get? So why?
Somebody mentioned the feds. I don't know why it didn't get a continuance. It really should have gotten a continuance. Because
go ahead.
Let's consider the worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, Karen Reed gets convicted, and then the federal investigation comes back and it concludes that there was a clear conspiracy to frame Karen Reed. In this hypothetical scenario, we have a real problem.
There's one worse. There's one worse. The feds come back and charge for a homicide, and they bring it in on diversity with some conspiracy in that regard, right? So the feds come in and charge.
I suppose the worst case, and I'm not saying that there is, just to be very clear, I'm saying that there is a 0% chance of this. This is the worst case. The feds come back and lay charges, and it includes one of either Lally or the judge. That would be the worst case.
That would break the internet for sure. And you want to talk about people covering a trial? Yeah,
I just want to be clear for the defamation lawyers watching this.
In the realm of
this is a hypothetical of zero possibility, and I'm being very clear about that because I don't think it's it just isn't a thing, right? But
so the what I was referring to is the two arguments that I can see being laid out with regard to this judge. One, the judge acknowledged that there was sufficient evidence prior to any federal investigation, acknowledged there was sufficient evidence to allow the defense to put on the SODIT defense and to actually elicit from witnesses, because usually also SODIT, you kind of have to wait for the affirmative defense part. You don't usually get to start throwing that in the prosecution's case in chief. Usually. So it's an affirmative defense. You have to prove it. After the prosecution submits, you can lay the groundwork for it, and then you can go to prove it later. Now, Lolly has contributed in large part to where we are right now.
Normally you'd want to at least be getting it, the beginnings of it out there, right?
Well, and let me actually take that, and let me take that back entirely. Let me rewind and take what I just said back entirely. I don't think Yannetti or Jackson could have or would have or should have been allowed to get into half of the subject matter that they've been able to get into if Lolly hadn't kicked the fucking door open by asking questions about these topics.
And Lolly is playing defensive against, against this case. And I'm just like, against the defense's arguments. And I think it is hurting him.
Well, yeah, he's taken the cart and drop kicked it 3 miles in front of the horse. And the defense is having a field day. Because I think, honestly, if you have a judge, and part of the reason why you have a judge right now that is put in a position where the judge probably knows damn well that a lot of this testimony should not be elicited in the case in chief if the prosecutor had been doing his fucking job and not bringing these topics up in their case. If Lolly didn't bring up certain, like the photo of Colin Albert with the fists, the photo, people got hot and bothered when you were talking about the videos of Colin Albert on Snapchat or wherever, taunting that hockey team. They said, why is this allowed in? It's
because he specifically,
Lolly, without provocation, without any testimony being elicited by the defense, without anyone requiring it, or without suggestion, Lolly said, look at these fists that are not covered in blood.
Yeah.
Well, hi, here's the door that you just not just kicked, but threw a fucking mortar at and blew up.
Yeah, that was a drop kick through that door.
I'm going to drive a truck through it. Lolly literally, without any need to do it.
And then he's arguing, we didn't open the door. It's like, my dude.
My guy, you honestly, before anything was brought up about Colin's propensity for violence, you tried to put on evidence that he was not violent. That's evidence 101. That is law student level evidence.
And the thing is, the fun aspect of that is that when he then turns around and argues that Yannetti opened the door on much thinner grounds, right? And I get that you argue like what's convenient for you at the time sometimes in lawyering, but you do better if you've got like a consistent position, and his position has not been consistent.
So what I will say is a lot of what the defense has been allowed to do so far in this case
is because Lolly's set it up for them.
Exactly. If this case was prosecuted by a lockdown prosecutor, you know what? Let's go Morrissey. Let's say Morrissey does this. Let's say Morrissey has this case and doesn't buy into any of the bullshit and doesn't do any of that stuff on direct. Let's say that she actually saves it for redirect, which is what her modus operandi was. I actually thought that was a great tactic. It felt a little dirty, but it was.
Oh, I mean, so long as they were letting her do it, it was working great. I just thought I kept waiting for the moment when we would see them burn her on it, because I was waiting for them to wait for like something that she left that was critical, because she left all sorts of critical stuff for her case.
And not raise it in cross and just leave it there so she can't bring it up.
And then when she tries, because a lot of the time you're just like, sorry, out of the scope.
Yep.
I was waiting for them to do it and they didn't do it. I was wondering if New Mexico has different rules because of that.
But if you take Morrissey's approach and you apply it here, Morrissey's approach was give a little, wait till cross, drive home the hammer.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Give a little, bare minimum, prove your elements, wait till cross, then comes all the dirt.
She did a great job, but
beautifully tactician. You agree, right?
Oh no, I thought she was doing a great job.
Now, if Morrissey was prosecuting this case, would Yannetti or Jackson have gotten 70% of the questions in that they've been able to ask?
I think there'd be a lot of issues with, it'd be like, sorry, you can't go there yet.
Yeah, you can't go there. And that's a caveat that Ian put, which is really important to mention. Can't go there yet. You might be able to.
If you can get that out later, through. Sometimes it's a matter of the door being opened. We saw this in the Depp trial too, where, you see that moment where they're like kind of celebrating at counsel table. Because what did they do? They let in Kate Moss. It was the Kate Moss without a cross moment.
Yep.
Now the thing is in law, if the universe sees fit to give you a weaker opponent in the law, you just have to, right? There is no like, I'm going to go easy on this person, because their lawyer sucks.
To further Ian's point, you actually have an ethical obligation to.
Less so on the prosecution side than the defense side.
On the defense side, you have an obligation to. On the prosecution side, you still have an obligation to your client, the state, to prosecute the case to the full extent you can and to be a zealous advocate for the state. Now, you shouldn't play.
There are circumstances.
Morrissey's a defense attorney at heart. Like, she is a defense attorney.
If I was a prosecutor, there are circumstances where I might be inclined to think that I'd have an obligation to take steps based on counsel's failure. But they're not going to be common. And the other thing is, if you do that, you got to realize you're also picking a fight, because there might be a circumstance where you might have to stand up and be like, is counsel doing a proper job representing their client? And I can say there was a case here where the judge ultimately found that somebody submitted filings that the court found were so incompetent that they essentially struck the filings, told the lawyer to have a do-over, and the do-over was if the client doesn't want to get a new lawyer. And they're like, sir, do you want a new lawyer? And he was like, no, I'm good with the guy I've got. Yep. And then later he was like, oh, that was a hint. That was a hint from the court. Because if the court says, sir, we're not letting your lawyer file this, and do you want to get a different lawyer? You should read very heavily into that hint.
Yep. And Leafy, to your point, just to make sure you're not sticking around for nothing, we have not gotten to Jen McCabe's testimony yet, because honestly, I don't think we're going to get there. I haven't been able to watch all of her testimony, and I feel like it's not.
I watched her testimony, but
there's a lot missing.
She's one of the first witnesses to move the needle.
Yes.
To really explain what the what the case is, right? Like why the prosecution is running this. That said, I was sitting there like, I don't have any of the research that on like cross-examination research. I don't have any of that. So when I'm watching, all I've got is just her testimony and my assessment of her testimony. But I was already doing some math in my head about like, I would pick into this on cross-examination. And
there's a lot of things that she made a statement about where you feel like the door is open and it's like a half. There's more.
And also I found her sort of account of how certain things went down to be suspect, because she's like, and then she just started confessing to like all of these specific things. And I was like,
hold on to that. Okay. So I will play a few minutes of her testimony. I promise, because hold on to that thought, because it's towards the beginning and she says it a couple times. So hold on to that thought. 'cause
It
I
just
wanted,
seemed
I wanted to
weird to
finish
me.
this. I wanted to finish this thought. 20th Century Fox makes a comment. Remember the opening? Please wait to hear defense's case. Yes, that was the opening, because I don't think the defense anticipated that they would have the opportunity to get into their case this early into the trial. This has dragged on because the defense was handed on a silver platter issues that they would not be able to discuss if the prosecution didn't bring them up.
Mm-hmm.
So we are now in a situation that we should not be in, because Lolly's testimony or Lolly's questions should have never gone into or suggested or opened the door to any of the third-party culpability stuff. If Lolly had not opened that door, all we would have heard is first responders respond. Karen Reed says this. They see the taillight busted. They see the tire tracks. It's nope. I take the dog DNA out. They wouldn't have gotten that. That would have been a rebuttal. You see the tire tracks, and then we would have been at the ME. We would have been at the ME. We would have had the ME already in. We would have the experts testifying to the cause of death. I mean, we would be close to the close of the prosecution's case if Lolly had not booted this door open. But instead, we're sitting here debating a narrative or narratives that what the fuck? Like in the prosecution's case in chief, we're having this debate.
It's weird.
This happens in civil trials, not in criminal defense trials. So let's get to the last aspect of Matt McCabe's testimony that was the kind of oh shit moment. The loose tile.
Yep.
There you laugh.
That's what I was just looking for.
If I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That tone changed a bit.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was, right now?
Yes.
And then you said yes, correct?
Yes.
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading.
Okay. Is that how he replied?
That's what it just said, yes.
All right.
Objection as to the reading. Judge says, is how he read it, how he replied. So, yeah, that was objectionable. It should have been stricken. It should have been stricken before. It should have been objected to before the question got out of his mouth. That's what the judge was doing. Lolly, you were late.
Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text, correct?
Can you show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the
I didn't see that, no.
I'm sorry. I think that's probably
Perfect.
because I didn't get it.
And that was a Yannetti moment. Like, he should have caught that. You didn't see it. Would you like to see it again? Like, give it right back to him. Let me see it again.
May I push?
Yes.
60 seconds. Notice the tension increase. This is a witness who had an explanation for everything and now stops. And the fidgeting.
Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
That's the next page after this one.
Dude, if I am an attorney and I'm seeing that from my witness on the stand,
Oh,
let me
absolutely.
just replay that. So I want you guys to focus on Matt McCabe and how cool, calm, and collected he was previously.
Was being the operative word.
This is not sped up. Watch how he changes. We're going to rewind a little bit. Deep breath.
He's like, I didn't think you had this.
Ear. Eyebrow. Twitch and cover the face.
Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
That's the next page after this one.
I'm showing you 2 pages.
Okay.
Oh, you could hear him choke.
I know.
Again, read it to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Why is it so dark in this courtroom? What the hell is going on? By the way, Law and Crime, congrats on the white balance, because if it is this dark that he can't read what we can see him, good job on the balancing.
Or maybe his eyes are just this bad, but he sees all the...
I don't know, but just what the hell is going on? Can we get like a desk lamp for the witnesses? Like it's just one of the little book lamps. Like, can we clip something to the page?
Mine. Oh,
Just dark.
Madam Court Reporter, Mr. Clerk. Oh, okay.
Now the court reporter has to like transcribe. Court reporter hands light of court reporter's phone over to witness for the viewing. Witness appears to now see. This court reporter is badass, by the way.
Oh yeah,
much better.
So that was like the clerk's phone.
Oh yeah, now we have the clerk's phone in the witness's hand. Like, I am confused, but you know what? Courtrooms are courtrooms. I've seen weirder shit.
Yeah, I mean, I once put an officer's like a bullet from his gun into evidence.
Oh, because you remember the story. This is one of my favorites. Wait, you can tell the story. You can tell the story for tell the story for a second.
All right, so there's a circumstance where an officer was being asked to produce a cartridge from his magazine, so like from his gun, not one of his spare mags, as opposed to anything like that, but and so they wanted to compare that to a cartridge that was found at the scene, and so they had him do that against my objections, and then once that was done, that the officer pulled that cartridge out, I was like, can we have that marked as an exhibit? And the court was like, it does have to be marked, because it does actually have to be marked once it's been used, right? You can't just have stuff shown in court that isn't an exhibit. That was perfectly proper, but it also was going to be a tremendous pain in the ass for that officer. So, yeah.
Oh yeah. So this happens a lot, and it happens in depositions. So when I do a deposition of a witness, let's say I want them to walk through a route that they took from point A to point B, and I put a map in front of them and I give them a pen. It's being transcribed. So
but the thing they draw,
I have to visit, like while they're drawing, I say, why don't you draw an arrow? And what I want you to do first, before you draw the arrow, I want you to draw point A where you started, and write an A and circle it right next to where you started. Now I want you to draw an arrow from the beginning of that A to where you next appeared. And where you next appeared, I want you to write the letter B. Because later in some proceeding, I'm going to have a judge read that and see a picture and understand what the hell was happening. If it is not properly recorded, it did not happen. So where was we? Where was we? Where was we? We was here. We're now reading with a clerk's phone. Yes, Alpha Silver, he did. So far, all parties have behaved. All parties have behaved.
And
yeah, it's the wrong house. Wrong house, wrong day.
I feel like that would be a very bad
Are you telling me he actually needed that flashlight to read that? I'm doubting it, but whatever.
I got it now.
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
All right. You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you happen to be driving through.
Listen to enunciation, by the way.
And then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes.
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
Right. Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right. So in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
Bad question.
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture. I don't know if I took a picture or not.
You didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture.
This is clumsy questioning. It's one of the first times that he really does. This is clumsy questioning.
And he loses his temper.
Yeah, and you weren't done with the scene. This is not the way you asked that question. Like,
yeah, you had more you wanted to do, right?
You drove by, and there was something else you wanted to do, right? Or there's something else you felt you had to do.
Yeah.
Like, you weren't done yet is a weird way of asking the question. This bothered me because Yannetti gets excited.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front of the house.
You wanted to continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
May we be seen at sidebar?
Okay.
Oh, now he wants to get into something. So he wants to now get into something that the judge, he thinks the judge is going to be pissed at him for it. So, Judge, before I piss you off, I'd like to run this by you. And we're going to go outside the presence of jury. And we're going to do a proper. We're going to take a little break. The judge is going to consider whether or not they're going to rule on this issue. And we get back. Yeah.
I'll see it.
Wait, hang on. I think we're outside. Are we outside jury presence?
I think so.
Proffer.
Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022, at 12.
No, here we are. No, this is the jury.
Interviewed her. That's on them, correct?
Everything since the text message got brought up, where Matt McCabe was so casual and
He's
thought
lost his
handling
confidence.
things, all of it is gone, right? I felt like he was doing really well until all of this.
I'm just like, why does he need a light to read this?
Look at
This
the
is
shaking.
weird.
Look at the shaking. Look at the shaking of the. Look at that.
He certainly
Look at
wasn't doing that
fucking
before.
Page. Look
Yeah.
at that page. Holy shit.
He was not doing that before, for sure.
Sir, that it is not a fan. It is not going to cool you off.
Oh man, there's a lot of vibration in that page.
Easy. It is still like full ass shaking.
All right, Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so
I
go
just
ahead.
marching it up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification.
That flashlight on that phone is still on, and he's
And the substance of those, each individual one will be.
You ever hear a 1,000-yard stare? I'm gonna screen grab this shit. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I like this is going to be a tremendous amount of my when I go over this.
Are you kidding me? Who I thought was the coolest customer so far. Screen grabbing. Yeah. The person I thought was the coolest customer so far became this under cross-examination. Tonks, it's paused 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 14 seconds on the court TV stream.
And the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood. So, Mr. Bates, with regard to page 20.
Hang on. LH, I saw this at 2X playing catch up, driving home from a full day of work. So I didn't see, I listened.
So I watched this earlier. And when I saw his reactions, because I was watching at 2x speed, when I saw like how he was dealing with this, I went back and I was like, I got to run this at one time, which I never do when preparing for, for a recap. I just like, you don't have time. So I was just like, holy shit.
Even look at this pause screen. Look at that.
This guy looks like he just walked into a room and his wife said, "Hey, sit down. I got something to show you." And he said, "Oh, cool." And then his mistress walked in the other door.
Yeah.
That's what this expression looks like.
You know what? That's about right. That's about right. Or she pulls up the text with the mistress. That's what it is. Like you're reading the text with the mistress.
Or just like, you know, he sits down for dinner and he goes like, or she says like, so 6 months ago, who got that diamond necklace that's on your credit card statement? You know, like that kind of thing, right?
I mean, I want the chat. I want you guys to go back about 45 minutes to an hour. When I first said the important thing isn't really how a witness testifies on cross, it's when they change in their demeanor. Matt McCabe was one of the coolest customers on cross-examination. He was joking. The colloquialism was there. He was saying, yeah, you know what? The Asian house. He was saying all that other shit. Like he was composed. Whether you agree with, whether you trust him or not, he was composed. This is 1,000% different than what he was an hour ago. And the shaking of the hands when reading that text message, holy shit. Because I will admit to you, I was listening to this because if you guys don't see the screen in front of you, that is 7 hours and 8 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you can skip over the lunch breaks.
Yeah, I have a trial on Monday. I work a full-time job. I am a practicing lawyer, and that is my job. So I listen at 2 times speed when I'm doing everything else to try and get the information I need. This is my first time seeing his reaction.
160. I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No. Or Jim, was it Mr. United? Was this in the?
This has pissed me off the entire time. Us divorce attorneys, one thing that we know in the counties that we practice in, we bring 4 sets of binders. One for the witness, one for the other side, one for us, and one for the judge. Why is there one document being passed around the fucking courtroom all the time? Like, I get it when it's impeachment material.
What was marked for? You're using that. All right.
I believe we have extra copies here.
Thank you. I get this part too.
All right. And if it's a question by question objection, just
this though.
May what be displayed?
I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right.
Each bubble?
You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them.
Look at the hand holding the phone.
Talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
And those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion.
Maybe she's just like excited to see where this goes.
At 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert.
FYI, because he didn't have a second set of copies, the judge is leaning over the bench and trying to hawk-eye read over the shoulder of the witness what is being.
Always bring the copies.
Bring the copies.
Who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yeah, well.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it. Yes.
It's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct.
3:03.
So for everyone that was like, judge totally in the bag of the prosecution, the judge literally, the guy goes, I don't see that. And the judge goes, it's the second page. Like, you're looking at it, sir.
3:15. Found it. Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct.
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I just totally.
I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
You know, Mish Green, geesh, you don't have to stick around.
Okay.
Cool.
You can just look up at me when you're done.
Tough. Everyone's a critic.
I know, it's tough.
I gotta say, I've gotten some interesting chat responses from this trial.
Again, my assumption it's Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
He's like, take all of the time you need.
Why are you fighting?
Oh, he's trying to figure. He's buying time.
I will answer a lot of the people that are talking shit about some of the coverage we've been giving in just a few minutes.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Oh, the torch being the
Did those
light.
previous pages
Yeah.
refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct?
Go on.
Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022.
Start strong, end strong.
At 12:50 p.m. and 37
What did he
seconds,
mutter to himself there?
Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again
Go
been
back. I missed what he
wife,
muttered.
Nicole.
Hang on. So what I was saying earlier, start strong, end strong.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my motto. Start strong, end strong.
But he muttered something to himself.
He did.
At 12:50
Hang on.
of 2022. At 12:50 p.m.
Before.
37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't. Which bubble on which?
Judge is like, I don't have a copy.
Yeah.
I have to look over at what he's looking at. I could rule on the objection, but I don't have a copy.
Page.
02148.
Right. On which page?
That's the page. 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objections pertaining to.
So our
Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long.
Oh, don't.
is this the one that people were commenting about, like apologizing on behalf of the defense?
Yeah, I don't like it at all.
Really? I don't think it's out of line. I think that the judge, well, I don't like the judge addressing the jury. I think
No,
the judge
she
is
should
frust-
not be.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Fair. I concede that point.
Like,
Now, frustration at the defense for not having multiple copies of this. This start strong and strong. This is the point that they have been waiting to drive home with this witness for how long?
the entire time. But the thing is like, I don't like them. The judge should be very careful about the shit that they say about,
Correct.
you know,
That the comment towards the jury was in I agree with you 100%, not appropriate towards the jury. The judge's frustration to the defense, I understand. Like, this is the crux of your argument. I'm letting you get into this. Bring the goods. What game are you playing? You changed screens. What game were you playing?
still playing.
Okay. That's fair.
I got Fallout going.
Got it.
I watched the show and I got a craving.
That's fair. I know you're ADHD. I can tell when you're playing games.
You know what, Mr. Yannetti, why don't you?
This is that's for the court, Your Honor. And for the
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness.
That's fair.
Which one is this?
second bubble on 02148. Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking them about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148.
Which is probably a hearsay.
I will allow.
Come on, Judge.
The author of the third bubble
The Arthur?
Who's the author?
on page
I know.
02148.
No. The second bubble on 02148.
Is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
No,
Ooh.
all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
There you go. Okay. She has to hear the objection. She has to hear the argument. Despite the frustration. Professor of Logic, Andrea said this judge has a 50% reversal rate. That can't be normal, can it? Yes, it can. It's not ideal, but it can. I've seen worse.
I've seen worse.
And I've seen worse upheld. So this is the point that I was making about the objection, but not allowing the argument to be made. He objected. She said overruled, or she said I'd like to be heard. He said, here's my proffer. Commonwealth objects. She says sustained. He says, I'd like to be heard on that. She goes, I don't. And she goes, yeah, because she realizes record. So she gives him the opportunity to argue that point, which is appropriate and allowed. Nothing wrong with that. Now, that's a long argument. Wow. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
I want to grab the jury plaque, please. Wish I could have heard that. Like really
Oh man,
bad.
this is. I wish I was earning like huge money, because I would, if I was earning $1 million a month, I would just order the transcripts on this.
The chess that must be being played at these sidebars.
Oh man, Like, don't you just want to know so bad?
The back and forth. And by the way, sidebars get spicy.
Sometimes people get snarky.
Yep. We've seen. I have heard personally bullshit. They know the damn answer. I have heard all kinds of stuff argued. So. I've also never seen a judge that has a full bench in front of them of their staff. It is so weird. All of this setup is so weird. Let's appreciate the slow pan all the way to the back of the poor tech attorney. The poor tech dude is sitting there in a fucking chair with some telescoping legs on a desk.
He's like, I went to law school for this.
You know what? Cheers to you, my friend. My God, they better be paying you some money. That is.
And the thing is, I'm sure they are, because I'm sure he's probably good at what he does.
I believe it. And then you have the gallery of reporters that are sitting over top on a dais looking down into the individuals in the gallery behind the bar, and a second witness stand on the side on the right that just looks awkward as hell.
I gotta say, I don't like the setup, because tech attorney is sitting there and they've got this wall of reporters directly behind him. He's got to be sitting there worried, like, is some a-hole going to report on what's on my screen or something?
Well, and it's also that, like, here's the thing: the podium in most courtrooms is situated between the prosecution or the plaintiff's table on one side and the defense table on the other side. But it's like parallel to those tables, so that from the podium you can't visibly see the notes being taken by the individuals. But right there, if I'm at that podium, I'm looking directly at defense counsel table. Now, I could play some games with that if I was defense counsel, writing scribbles or making notes about things that I think that would be lovely traps to fall into.
You just write out something like, yeah, I don't know.
I've done
I don't know what you'd put down.
I have done that. I have left a trap notebook on a table.
I've told clients, I was like, listen, during the next testimony, you're going to get pissed off. And I want you to be writing something the whole time without an angry face. Just take notes. And if you can't take notes, I want you to doodle. And the dude drew the most elaborate pictures that you have ever seen. And he actually had some art skills. So, yeah. But yeah, the whole time he just looked like he was very, very determined.
Was Sacco and Vanzetti in this fucking courthouse?
That's what I've heard.
Which one? Which trial? Sacco and Vanzetti.
You remember that one?
I know. Yeah. Norfolk. It was this fucking courthouse. Are you kidding me?
How you feel about that?
Creepy. Awkward. Also kind of impressed and cool. Like, it gives a new context to this setting.
I was going to say, yeah, it's actually kind of cool, isn't it?
Actually really cool. Oh. Wow.
Right?
Lindsay, thank you for that. And for the others in the chat that were drawing my attention to it, Sacco and Vanzetti were Sacco and Vanzetti is one of these trials of the century. Honestly, one of the
I think we covered it as one of those.
We did. One of the most famous trials in all of history. Just want to look back again. Yeah, it's the murder of the paymaster.
That totally attention deficited you out the.
No, it did, but this was a lot of. I mean, they were the anarchists. They were tried because they were anarchists, and they were tried honestly because they were not.
Who isn't at least a little bit of an armorer or an anarchist, rather?
Yeah. Massive demonstrations. I remember this. This was fucking huge. We did cover it. Sorry, that was a rabbit hole. Sorry, yes, a little bit. I see that. Focus, Rob, focus. I got it. So Sacco and Vanzetti. Focus, focus, focus. Yes, that's on me. Sorry, folks. Sorry. So, anyways, one of the trials of the century was held in this courthouse, which is an odd shape, which is it's got a rounded rotunda or a big, it looks like a just circular courthouse, which is why the odd shape, I imagine. Yeah, you can even see the back wall. You see the back wall is rounded, like that's the outside wall of the courthouse.
And Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that
that should have been outside the presence of the jury. That should not have been in front of the jury.
We can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
That should not have been in front of the jury. I get the frustration, Judge, but come on.
She's being a little too snarky at defense counsel in front of the jury.
Especially when Lolly has been lollygagging the whole time.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Oh, that was outside the presence of the jury. Okay, I take that back. I take it back. Bev, fair. That was fair.
Our bad. Lullaby. I saw somebody in the chat say
it was fair. This is outside the presence of the jury. You can look. The judge gets a pass to just bash on attorneys when they're outside the presence of the jury, unless they're making bad rulings. Bad rulings are different.
Judges should also be respectful.
They should. That wasn't disrespectful, Ian.
No, I don't have a problem with the comment once it's outside the presence of the jury.
Yeah,
I have seen judges kind of rip into lawyers in ways where I'm like, that was not called for, and
that was not ripping into. That was
fine.
That's fair game, and even if it doesn't feel fair, it happens all the time.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Gianetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds.
No spinning wheel. Stop.
You texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is.
I love the acting here. Like he hasn't memorized every fucking word of that message. I guarantee you he could recite every word in all of those bubbles in order.
Oh, of
and
course
he's
he
playing
can.
it up. It was well played.
Correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe,
If that wasn't a what the fuck and your jaw hit the floor moment in this trial,
Yep.
we're going to repeat that for the people that didn't hear it. And now we know why the second the text message got brought up, there was a whole lot of behavior shift. And it was about this one exchange.
That's pretty awful.
who was the guy?
Hang on, rewinding.
Brian Albert and Nicole.
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text.
It's not a yes. It's part of the same text. Tell them the guy never went in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
I love the snark. Does he have a name?
You know what? John O'Keefe got his James Bond moment. Would that be John O'Keefe?
And you know what? For all that everyone's been talking about, they're saying it's tragic and all of this, and they refer to him as the guy in this. I would like to think that if I was, horrifically killed and you were talking about how to speak to the police about that you wouldn't be talking about the guy.
Trixie Red, solid reference. Yeah. His name was Robert Paulson. This was the same person that Matt McCabe, who yesterday during direct examination got emotional when referring to John O'Keefe. And I was sitting here going, that's at least the first time I've seen a genuine reaction and someone who made me feel like this guy remembers who we're talking about.
He didn't really get emotional. We see a little bit more emotion from his wife.
We're gonna I want to play that one more fucking time because I was
Eve.
Tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
You would agree with me?
Jury heard the question.
There is there is a time to smirk. And there's a time not to. And here's the time not to. The time not to smirk is when you were just recited back to you a text message where you referred to the person who's dead as the guy never went into the house. And the very next question is not the question you smirk at. And it's not here.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
Now, that should have been objected to because it was argumentative, but the smirk would have given the
I
jury
don't
the answer
know.
they needed. It was argumentative.
I mean, he's got to put it to him.
It's argumentative. I would have objected. It would have been sustained. You know, it would have been sustained.
I mean, she would have sustained everything, but
in front of this
yes.
judge, yeah.
But I don't think it's properly argumentative because he hasn't answered that before.
But look how dismissive this all is. This feels
no.
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Argumentative.
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Objection not responsive.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy.
Hang on. Hold the fuck up. Don't we have a prior witness that puts John in the house?
We have a prior witness who accidentally may have put John in the house because they didn't mean to say. Everybody has been consistent in saying normally that that John was never in the house, but one of them then slips and says Chris Albert was never there when John was there, which
Colin Albert was never there when John.
Whichever Albert it was.
It was the best friend that picked him up.
Yeah, was never there when
John was there.
When John was there. Yeah, I'm tired and I
no, that's fair.
There's
now
too many
freaking
Alberts.
but why does he? It's the non-responsive answer and the flourish at the end. The flourish at the end. That is that part. Hang on. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't know if Karen Reed is guilty or not. I don't know if John O'Keefe was hit by a fucking car or if he was bit by a dog. I don't know. I am watching this trial with all of this evidence being brought out by the prosecution and knowing it's the prosecution's burden to prove this death fatality at the hand of another with some form of either reckless disregard or intention beyond a reasonable doubt. All I have seen throughout this trial is fucking reasonable doubt.
Yep.
I'm not picking sides. I'm just saying that we don't have a consistent statement from anybody. None. Not a single fucking witness. Whether it's pro-prosecution or pro-defense, there's not a fucking single consistent statement. We don't know where the car was, who was driving it, where they were. The only thing that we have consistently is they were at a fucking bar drinking and that there was snow on the ground and it was snowing.
We don't know a damn thing. Yeah.
I'm not saying there was a cover-up. I'm not saying there was anything. I'm saying, why the fuck is it so hard to get some pretty basic facts out of people? And why are people running away from pretty basic questions? Well, one, with this question, I get why he's running away. That's also another set of questions I have. Why the hell are you on a group chat saying these things via text message? The fuck's going on? What is happening? You got an 18-year-old kid who's drinking his ass off, from what I can tell, damn near every weekend, which, you know what? I understand high school kids drink. I was in high school. I didn't do that shit. I knew a bunch of kids that drank in high school. They didn't. Maybe it's just a generational thing. I don't get the disc. I am so frustrated and confused, and I don't understand where we are, why we're here, and where the fuck we're going. I'm not alone. Ian, I'm not alone, am I?
Oh,
I hope I'm not alone.
This is such a shit show. I am going to. I need a drink. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a Caesar. I'm going to put it in an evidence cup. Where are my evidence cups? They were right here. And I'm going to add. This has been the greatest innovation in crappy Caesars. Carolina Reaper powder.
Yeah, I need that. The chief investigator in this case knew everybody on a familial and friendly level that he was quote unquote interviewing. And that chief investigator purportedly searched the
That's
cell
not
phone
true.
of
That's not true. The investigators didn't know everyone. They didn't know Mr. Evidence tape. They didn't know Mr. Evidence bag. They didn't know Mr. Evidence protocol.
And that same investigator searches the fucking defendant's phones for nudes and texts the friends like that. I'm sorry, didn't find any nudes. And I'm supposed to just go, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is happening? Why are we here? And what's terrible is you have people on one side or the other who are all fucking in. They are in one side or the other, right? They're like total conspiracy or she totally did it. They're being nasty to each other. The internet has exploded in people that are throwing massive amounts of shade at one another. One, that crap, the bashing people one way or the other ain't gonna be tolerated in the chat because one, YouTube doesn't like it. Two, well, we're not gonna bash people.
What did I miss?
People can
Is there a
express
fight going on?
No. Why? Do you have your teeth in? Would you like to put your dentures to the side? No, what I was saying is, and this is
I've been trying out Nightbot. I haven't got Nightbot configured. And right out of the box, Nightbot likes to Nightbot likes to throw down.
Nightbot does. He didn't fuck around either. Like
so I just I haven't messed with the configuration yet, but when chat gets too crazy with like people shouting back and forth at each other with all caps, which is a thing that hasn't happened until this trial, that's when I just like activate it for a bit to settle things down. So I've been calling it Fightbot. Fightbot wades in and starts throwing punches, and it's like, all right.
Nightbot does good. But the point that I was finishing and the point that I was making here was honestly, like, people have been bashing the coverage that they have seen from a bunch of lawyers on YouTube about this trial. And here's the thing. Most of the lawyers that are covering this case, at least from the perspective of from the outside looking in, are really neutral on it. They have been.
I'm going to say
we all
something.
kind of have the same consensus, which is what the fuck is happening.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say something terrible. Like, I don't really care in a personal sense whether Karen Reed is convicted or not. It's just a matter of what is the evidence. Like, if the next witness is like, by the way, I have a video camera that points to the thing. Here's Karen Reed, running him over. Here's Karen Reed getting out of her car and kicking him a few more times. Here she is walking up to the camera and boasting, yeah, I killed him. What are you going to do about it? And then driving away, right? It'd be like, okay, cool. Prosecution made its case. Convicted. Cool. But
she goes away.
Like, I want to see the evidence, right? I want to see if anyone is convicted. I want it to be on the basis of good evidence, and we're not there yet.
And we are 3 weeks into trial. 3 weeks into trial. And 3 weeks in trial. And this is where we are. 3 weeks in, this is where we are.
John.
I still don't even know how he died.
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct. Albert.
3 weeks in.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house.
We're 3 weeks into the trial, and that's where we are.
We don't have a cause of death. What we have is was seen at this point, mystery happens, and then Karen Reed is like freaks out because she's upset.
If anyone thinks the prosecution is anywhere close to beyond a reasonable doubt, no. If anyone thinks that the prosecution can get there right now, I'm putting it at a maybe 15% margin. Maybe 15% based on the evidence that we have in the record right now because of the inconsistencies. This is almost on the record itself by a court of appeals, literally reading the record and transcript.
I mean, I've said before, and I'm still there. If it was like you're running out of time, the invigilator calls pencils down, the trial ends right now.
NG.
Not just NG, it shouldn't even go, the question shouldn't
Not
even
to jury.
be put to the jury.
Correct. You haven't
It's
made a
just-
single connection.
Yep.
Not one.
So, yep. So I don't think that there is a basis for a conviction. Not, so yet. I mean, maybe they could get there, but
so
we're not there yet.
Like 30 more seconds of this and we're gonna wrap up.
Correct? You should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here.
The flashlight is
He
so
responded,
ridiculous.
did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're done here.
One, that was objectionable as fuck. Like, we're done here. Like, come on. That might have gotten my ass sanctioned.
I don't know. I don't see a problem here. I think if somebody objected to the "we're done here,"
we're done here.
What are you gonna do? Objection to the end of his questioning?
I get it. It is that was
I'm sorry. I'm all over the my cousin Vinny.
this, I could the football. I'm done with this. I'm true.
I'm done with this
I'm
witness.
true with this guy. I'm true with this guy.
Yeah, like I'm fine with that. You know, there's limits to it, but we're done here. I don't think he's over the limits there.
Yeah, that. Rob, why are you covering the cross but not the direct? Why are you covering the cross but not the direct?
The direct is so boring.
Because we rehashed the direct during cross. 2, I start in the cross with 100% like credit towards the direct as being, this is what we now know. Prove it isn't true. And by the end of cross, I'm going, well, shit. I thought I knew that thing, and now I don't.
Yep. That's a fun cross.
It was quiet until it wasn't.
And the thing is that statement itself is ambiguous in the sense that it could be, tell them that he was never there because he was never there, right? But that it's suspicious as hell, because typically you wouldn't say that if that was just the truth, right?
Yeah. And here's the other part. Let me read this real quick. Mayor Coppola, what happens if the state doesn't leave enough time for the defense to present its case? They can't. They cannot. Lally's calling every resident in Canton. No, seriously. No, they can't. That would be the fastest ass-kicking reversal you would ever see. So, no, they can't. But on the topic that you were talking about, which my brain just stopped functioning like a brain. You see, what happened was brain do the brain thing. Oh, covering the defense more than the prosecution. No. Either way, I'm confused by this case. I think it's a lot of a self-owned by the prosecution. I don't understand where we are. I don't think we've gotten anywhere. Oh, what I was going to say. Let's say, hypothetically, we've gotten to the point that Karen Reed has, in fact, hit John O'Keefe, even with Jen McCabe's statements. Jen McCabe's statements today, who is considered, in this regard, one of the largest or most important prosecution witnesses. Her direct testimony, and this is before cross-examination, her direct testimony was that Karen Reed, in discussing with Jen McCabe prior to arriving at the scene, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Those statements taken, even in the worst context, the way that was relayed by Jen McCabe, tell me that doesn't still sound like an accident. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Oh my God, I hit him.
And that's the thing, is when you're freaking out, sometimes you leap to stupid ass conclusions. If she starts with, could I have hit him? And then later gets to, I hit him. That might be, she is blaming herself. She's talking herself into something stupid, but it doesn't necessarily, And
Jess J, this was the clip. It was Jen McCabe on several occasions, on three occasions, said that Karen Reed told her separately. One was at her house, her and Matt McCabe's house. The other one was at before they got to the scene at John's house, and then finally was at the scene itself. So 3 separate occasions. And the way that Jen McCabe phrases it is that Karen Reed said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I hit him. Like, it's those 3 things that she says repeatedly at each location. And I don't like the fact that she repeats the exact same thing verbatim, like basically at each location. But even if I agree and say Jen McCabe's statements are 100% factually correct, and that let's give her 100% benefit of the doubt, right? She is accurate in what she says. Get me to intentional homicide. Get me there. Prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
How? There is nothing in the record thus far that gets me to anything other than, and I mean as a matter of law, not even like put to the jury. The intentional homicide, if this trial were to end today, intentional homicide, directed verdict, off the table, 100%. there is no intention or evidence that could allow any reasonable juror to reach intentionality. So today was wild. Joy W101, Albert's McCabe's are to Canton as Murdoch's are to Hampton. I've heard similar things, but I don't know. DK Cripple, this case became the Salem witch trials. We've seen similar remarks. EVR, even Brian in the Boston area. Every Brian in the Boston area will be called. Sorry, Brian's. I know a Brian in the Boston area. Brian. Never mind. Call me later. Greg, just tell them the guy never came in the house. Lolly, so Mr. O'Keefe never came in the house, correct? Lori DI1, IYO, in your opinion, is Commonwealth calling every witness to testify because he's having to give the jury the investigation info Proctor should have been relied upon for? No, he's calling them because he's trying to pre-anticipate the defense's case. There are certain things where you have to get in front of the defense. This ain't one of them. Rosebud 26 really want to come to Nashville, but just had cataract surgery this week, both eyes. Hope it actually heals up well and the vision restores to some normalcy, and don't know that doctor would let me fly. Why don't you be cautious rather than careless?
Yeah, if your doctor says no,
don't.
There'll be other times. Don't risk your eyesight for that crap. I am not cool enough by a long stretch, and I would feel absolutely shitty if you came out to see me and suffered like an eye injury as a result of it. Please don't.
We're coming off of winter. Post-cataract surgery, Ian's paleness might blind you.
It is true.
That was solid. Come on. You need that burn. That was a good one.
That was a good one. But it's, I mean, is it a burn if it's just like the straight truth?
Well, is it a burn if you're that pale? No, it's not. It's just pale.
I mean, burn is what happens if I go out into the sun.
Oh God. We are not adults. Twisted Puppet, 3 weeks of trial.
Or if I can talk Emily into trying my hot sauce.
That's true. All I can gather from the Reed trial is everyone is an alcoholic. Not
You'd
wrong.
think if they were alcoholics, they would drink
actual beer.
Yeah, like something with. They all drink like teenage girls.
Ian Runkle said it, not me. I don't want that smoke. Ian said it, not me.
I'm just waiting to hear that somebody like busted out the Boone's farm or something.
Ian said it, not me. Rayman YYC. Karen Reed turned me into a newt. I got better. I hope I did that. Credit. Thanks, friend, my YYC. K-Rab, at this point, Lally wishes he weren't a lawyer on this trial. I don't think so. I think he's invested. Hello, Fliggins. I added readers and flashlights to my trial kit. There. And Torres, what Karen said about Jen McCabe to first responder. I forget the actual remark. I'll have to go back and look at that. Bop it. When you check your DM, starting to make stuff in the shop. Ooh, yeah, I got to check that out. Thank you, Bop it, for sharing that. I think I actually looked at it. Hang on. Ooh, floating shells. Way to go, Bop it. Glad you're back in the shop, my friend. Tabitha, Ian, there's actually a brain-eating amoeba. Oh.
I know, but I'm specifically trying to be joking as opposed to like implying that they actually have a medical condition, because the medical condition, that's just like, that's a little low. But like the Canton brainworm is funny because nobody thinks I'm talking about an actual like medical thing.
Hold up. Be careful. Some people might. It's the internet. It's the internet.
I have had people, what's the Kennedy who's running for, like who's throwing his name in the whole,
RFK Jr.
Yeah. Didn't he say something about, you know, having a brainworm?
Yeah. What do we say about
people are like, earlier? I don't, I haven't been following because it's U.S. politics, and I'm just like, yeah.
Allergic to dancing? No, allergic to politics. Jill Higgins, I have to go to Canton for an event tomorrow. Really hope I don't catch the brain worm. Hope you don't need to call the police. Here for the truth. Hey boys, chat and mods. It's been a while. Been taking care of my husband after a spinal cord injury. Unfortunately, he didn't make it.
I'm sorry.
That chat started so positively.
Yeah.
I am terribly sorry for your loss.
Too many good people. I just
this is one of the things that really is they do not prepare you for the fact that a lot of people in your community or in the people that are showing up on your regular live streams, they do not prepare you for the fact that a lot of people are going through a lot of shit. And that as a consequence of all of the people that are watching, that's a whole lot of people going through a whole lot of shit.
I also feel like we're not being a good distraction now, but
I know.
Yeah. I'm
I
sorry
say
here
this?
for the truth.
May I say this? So here's the truth. We might have been a terrible distraction in the past 60 seconds talking about the super chat, but I hope at all times prior you were enjoying yourself and chuckling along, and I hope you found some relief from the pain that you were experiencing. I am terribly sorry for your loss. I know that I will never understand, or anyone rather will understand, the unique bond that you shared with your spouse. And I pray that there were so many good memories that you can find solace in one for each moment of each day for the rest of your life. And I imagine that with the life you share with him, you probably have more to spare. So cheers to his memory. And I will hope to see you in the chat for future streams. And I will hope to continue to bring you a little bit of distraction from the day-to-day slog and the challenge of putting that next foot forward in the absence of someone that was there for every day. I've watched my mom do it, and I don't know how she does. And it's something I admire in her, and it's something that, to be frank, I admire in you for sharing that experience with us. So thank you for sharing. And my heart goes out. So cheers to you, and cheers to the memory of your late husband. And
the chat is saying that we need to lighten things up by me pointing out that you're still wrong about Google Maps.
You son of a bitch.
I'm sorry, the chat.
Is that case done yet? Is that case done yet?
Oh, I'm sure that the guy who filed it has probably dismissed it with prejudice at this point.
The guy who filed it? You mean the one who died?
He obviously wasn't the one who filed it.
Look at my Google Maps case, and yes, I'm typing angrily.
It's very difficult to file posthumously.
$40 states settle Google location tracking charges for $329 million. That's 2022. No. Hasn't settled yet. No dispo yet. Damn it. I'm so mad at you. But I'm not at the same time. Canonical Heat. Reflex story. A full-sized engine lift was falling off our truck as we were offloading it. I didn't know where my husband was and tried to catch 500 pounds. One No. 2, you survived. Broken back ensued, and that is the least of your punishment for trying to catch 500 pounds. And I trust that by now, the fact that you've been sharing this is that you have recovered, at least in large part, to the ability where you have a sense of humor about it and you share the point. We can hope. Hope.
Yeah. 500 pounds is a lot of pounds.
It's not a little bit of pounds. It's a lot of pounds.
Like, if I weighed 500 pounds, I would weigh a lot more than I do right now.
Would you walk 500 miles and then walk 500 more just to be the man to walk 1,000 miles to wind up at my door?
No, that sounds like a lot of work.
It's a song. Song.
I know.
Excuse me. Great to see you and Ian on a Friday. Thank you. Cindy Collins, I am late, just home from a bowling party. That sounds like a wonderful party. Mama Bet's birthday this week and celebrating 2 days of rain. You know what? Rain is a good thing. Rain is fun. It can be. It can be frustrating too. I have to be in the office making trial binders tomorrow, so I'm not looking forward to that. Mama Wolf, Rob, remember to take sensory breaks. I try. Die hard. Hail to the football team, the Redskins. How does Commonwealth only have one prosecutor on this trial? He's doing it badly so far, but he's doing it all. I
thought they had more than one.
There are more. He just has not passed off questioning to anyone else.
Yeah, I thought he's just exclusively handling the questioning, but that he does have other people behind the scenes to help him with, all of that other stuff.
Yeah, correct. Light Queen Ian, the emotional support elf, or the emotional dysregulating elf. Either way, Blessed in Texas lost year of membership and had to re-up. I'm still here. Blessed in Texas, thank you for being here. Sir Merrick, I have fallen on my back on ice while holding something and damaged my knuckles. See? That's important. Importantly, I fell backward. This kid's an idiot. That is also a caveat. So, Sir Merrick, thank you. Dogs, rats, fish, cats. We had to put our 9-year-old kitty to sleep today. He was very sick, and in memoriam to Buddy, you were a very good boy. You'll be missed. 1, he probably peed on things in your house that you haven't found yet, because cats be cats. But 2, cheers to Buddy, and may that Rainbow Bridge crossing have been the smoothest crossing of all time, and may he be chasing laser pointers in heaven till the end of time. Tina, it's wild that this is the prosecution's case. Still, it is, and it feels like the defense's. We are not in the prosecution case anymore. We are in the defense case. Jonathan Duger, question, what do you call a psychic? Oh, God, Mitch, run here, please. Oh, no. Oh, no. I can't say this. I have to. Caveat, this is a joke by one of the members in the chat, and I don't take any attribution for, well, I don't know if it's, I don't know.
But it is specifically medical advice.
What are you supposed to, I don't know what the appropriate thing to call. They change words so many times that I don't know what to call people who are afflicted with either dwarfism or some variant of that. And I don't know what to call.
I think it's little people, but also they might object to afflicted.
What people who experience or live in the experience of dwarfism. I'm not saying it's an affliction. I'm just saying, like, I don't know if using this word is the appropriate word. What do you call a psychic, a little person running from the police? It is a small, medium, at large. I will say it's a really solid joke. It's a freaking solid joke. That's a good one. A small, medium, at large. Snow Maven, that's pretty much how it went. By the way, how can I contact you? Are you donating an item for the charity stream this year? caveat, I am moving. If anything is sent to me during this period of time, Mischief Manager will actually hit me with her car.
I got to figure all this out. So, I mean, it's not near the stream yet, but I am awful at figuring all that out. So,
Ian and I will have a strategy session, and we will figure out what we are going to do with that charity stream. And one, whether donations from third parties is going to be something we can accept at large. Two, whether it's going to be a limited exception, because the thing is, if we accept charity donations from everybody, or if Ian does, rather, I'm speaking on behalf of Ian, having kind of walked through the auction process. If the auction is for items donated at large, it's a whole lot of things coming in and shipping at one time, and it's a whole lot of people to coordinate with. So that was one of the challenges that was, yeah.
Yep. It's there's always potential concerns.
Yeah, it's tough. Honey, 2800 soon from Runkle Films comes now to legal briefs.
If I ever fall into a pit full of money, I will totally make that movie.
It's so bad. What's Steve Gosney's new book, Death Penalty Desires?
It'll just be yeah. We got to put an end to the whole put an end to the whole comes now entry.
Hey, you tell the judges in Virginia and I will be on board.
Christina
Frame. Go ahead.
The way to do it is to make it really embarrassing.
I know how to do it.
First, you make the porno.
Nope. I know how to do it.
And then you send it to everyone.
Ian, you know how appearing before your
every
court,
lawyer has heard it.
No, appearing before the court is your petitioner, right? Right? Your petitioner, court. Comes now, your mother, blank, who brings this action. Yep.
Will just
They'll stop it. They'll stop it.
I'm thinking, no, make the film and then market it to everyone.
I mean,
it comes now, stepmom.
Oh no. Oh no. That's bad. That's a bad one. And it was in all caps, so Nightbot's gonna get that in about 2 seconds, because Nightbot don't tolerate Nightbot. Yeah, it happens. Christina, starting late because babies, but I went to Vietnam with a suitcase full of chocolates, wedding favors. I was surprised I wasn't questioned. It's fair.
I might get questioned if I literally have like a suitcase that is entirely full of all dressed chips.
I don't know. You never know. Victor Man 7777. The weather is impeding travel from the bar. Yes, it was, and we have 9,000 witnesses testifying to that fact.
Oh, come on! It wasn't that bad. They were all able to this is minimal snow. They were all able to drive in it.
I thought you were talking about the cumulative nature of the testimony, and I was about to be like, Ian, hold the fuck on.
They were all able to drive in this snow.
No, but
while drunk.
You're talking about the snow. You're talking about the snow. The snow is a different thing. But
yes,
when I was talking about how many witnesses testified to the snow, that was my point. And when you were like, it wasn't that bad, I'm like, wait, hold the fuck on. We had 38 witnesses, and how many had to testify to how difficult it was to drive from the fucking bar to the house in the snow? But you are right. It apparently wasn't that bad because you didn't have to pull out the sled dogs.
Zora is not a good sled dog.
No, Zora would get distracted in 2.2 seconds. She would see an Ethernet cable somewhere in the distance and chase after that. That's my client. I take that back. My client would do nothing of the sort and would drive straight home.
Oh, I got to bring you some coffee crisp too.
Okay. I like coffee crisp. I don't know what it is, but I will eat it. And 3, what do you, Rob, and Ian think of the prosecutor? I think the prosecutor is in the weeds.
He might do a great job on some cases, but I don't know what he's doing on this one.
We're lost. We are looking at that tree and 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 that tree, all the trees. And it appears that we might be, nope, we're not in the forest. We are looking at a bunch of trees because that's how much we've lost the fucking forest. Oh my! Need a mega pint. This will surpass Young Thug at this rate. No fucking chance. But seriously, how does one in the Dateline age not know not to conspire via message? They all do. Mountain Princess member, thank you. We can remember. Thank you for being a member for 11 months. More again. Go ahead.
I keep thinking I had a file that it wasn't my file, but I was assisting on it, where they had wiretaps on everybody. And so somebody sends a message and is like, hey, we need to talk. And the person sends back something saying like, never send me a message again, which was not enough to get the wiretap extended to that other person. And I'm just like, I never found out who that other person is because they didn't get a wiretap onto them. But I've always wondered, who is that person who was smart enough to just be like, never send me a message again? And I was like, all right.
Okay. Morgan, I could die happy if I never heard Ka again. I don't hate the Kas. It's not that bad. You can live with it. Aloha from Kansas. I'm pulling this out of order. Ian, I've never done a super chat before. Have you heard the Elf song? 1,
I have
thank you
not.
for your very first super chat. I am honored. 2, Ian.
I have never heard the Elf song.
You are now looking up the Elf song because this is her first super chat, right?
Okay, I will look up the Elf song.
I'm looking up the Elf song. Good.
I don't think we could play the Elf song without.
No, we can't play it because we get copyright hit.
Is it Crowder? That's got to be a different Crowder.
Has to be, but I mean, play it in your headphones.
It's loading.
KT thinks we're going to remember or being a member for 3 months. Claude Simeon, Yannetti whining. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask that you added yourself. That. Wait, hang on. Pause. Oh. Yannetti whining. I didn't.
It is a different Crowder.
You added yourself that when witness answers a question with the whole truth instead of just saying yes or no is laughable. Oh, when Yannetti makes the comment of saying like I didn't ask that when the witness has elaborated already. It's actually not laughable. It's when a witness goes beyond the call of question, it actually demonstrates a incentive by the witness to continue further. And when done properly, can show that the witness is being evasive. Yannetti will get it right and wrong various times of the trial. That's a Yannetti style. Jackson doesn't do that, though. But Yannetti gets it right and wrong. Depends on the witness and the question. Steve A. Canton brainworm induced cross-examnesia. That's an Alita thing. I love the fact that that's an Alita thing. Emily Hart, like I told EDB, I bet there will be a light at the stand next week. Probably. Light Queen, if it's the Commonwealth asking about snow, yes, it was snowing. If it's on cross, I don't recall if it was snowing. Canton worms and all. Fair assessment. Ian Paler, what, if any, needs an appearance in Ian's, quote, movie? What, if anything, is that person wearing? The if anything plays a large role in that. Just because it really makes you wonder the neighbors in John O'Keefe's neighborhood really felt about the other Albert branch. I don't know. I'm confused all around. The world wonders. As a local, there's a lot of casual, quote, we're not racist, but racism here. Lucky it was just Asian house and not an outright slur, to be honest. Yeah, I've seen text messages like that before. Sir Merrick and those three houses call the White House doesn't seem like a big deal. Okay. Just Sarah, 40 plus people to say it was snowing, but no one like the medical examiner to establish John O'Keefe is even dead. Why do you think they're waiting so long? Thanks for FNF. They're doing it chronologically, but it's really not flowing right anymore, and it's too late to adjust. Lindsay, at what point did jeopardy attach when the jury is impaneled? Since the judge refused to continue at the request of both sides, could the prosecution have dropped the charges and refiled later? They could have, but no fucking way
now.
would they have. They would not
also, have. The Elf song is apparently a bop.
Oh, God.
that was solid.
Okay. But no, the prosecution would not have dropped this case. Not at all. Not after all the press releases, all the press leading up to it. There's no way they were going to go forward with it, period. Teddy Bear, thank you. If a juror walked in with a shirt that said, I don't care about high top tables, would they end up spending a night in jail?
They would spend a night in jail and forever as a legend.
That solid burn. Tina Cox, thank you for the super chat. Jack W, what if prosecution isn't doing a good job representing their client? Colin, it was weird how defensive that was. Melissa Smith, petition for Ian to watch Letter Kenny. Bang Bang is not a funny chirp unless it's Shorzy banging your mom and her husband's brother. That's a sentence. Advantage.
that certainly was a sentence.
That second one is a sentence too. Shorty 6890. Do we think JM is sitting there going, oh shit, reading the messages? Oh,
I think there was
a lot of people were like, oh shit, reading the messages.
I think he was glad to be wearing his brown trousers that day.
Fair. Tamara Turner, is Lolly incompetent or resigning to a forced trial? Neither. Wendy Wilkinson, thanks for stories and insights. KR trial is bizarre to this Aussie. Calls galore and poor investigation would probably not lead to any charges here. On the plus side, I'm on to my third crocheted scarf. Good for you. Beautiful, messy ball. Are you aware the DA in this case is Morrissey?
Different Morrissey, I believe.
Different Morrissey, by far. Not Gary Morrissey, but Tina Cox, my son is ADHD and autistic. Thinking of this cruel world when my child has the most pure heart. He is a high school junior, and to see someone who is a lawyer understand his struggle was eye-opening to him. Tina Cox, those remarks are in large part one of the big things that Ian, myself, and Emily focus on so much as neurodivergent individuals ourselves. And it's one of the big reasons why I like to continue talking about that on this platform.
Long ago, I had the decision to make to, do I want to go out there and not tell people about my attention deficit, or just be open about it when I'm applying for jobs, when I'm, on the channel, all of those things. Right. And, I really don't regret the decision to just be like, all right, we're going to, and I could say, I am pretty certain it's cost me at least a job, but at the end of the day, anybody who doesn't want me working there because I have attention deficit, I don't want to work there either. So,
I mean, I think I've earned at least a few clients by expressing my own neurodivergency because it helps them appreciate that I understand what they go through.
Criminal law, you've got a lot of people who are, neurodivergent to various degrees. It can help because you'll get people who are just like, how do I know you're actually going to listen when I say that there's, what's going on? It's like, well, I will.
Yep. And I have to apologize because it's 1:24 a.m. my time. And I have 48 starred chats that I am committed to getting through.
You got to get through those.
I'm going to get through them. I'm going to get through them directly. And
I'm going to listen to the Elf song again so that you can do that.
I'm going to do so in a fashion that is not rushing, but is also getting through those so that I can let my mods get some rest because they have been so generous in their time. But I don't.
You're not reading super chats. Less explaining, more reading.
Hey, Rab, Lally New Defense had a group text message. Why on earth didn't he prep McCabe to handle the questions about the messages? Had to know they'd ask. That was a big surprise that showed up on his face that shouldn't have been there. The world wonders. We had the accent misunderstanding week 1, witness eyesight issues, and I'm done with this guy today. I hit him is becoming an I shot the clerk moment. Really is the My Cousin Vinny trial 100%. It is starkly, just right there in line. Solo sock t-shirt idea. What, if any, hashtag Mr. Yannetti? Actually, that's pretty solid. What, if any, hashtag Mr. Yannetti? It should be in hashtag Yannetti. Cilantro O. Way behind live, but laugh story with Leo and Wing. When I was a kid, had a seagull swoop my hot dog, literally had my hand while I was distracted at the zoo. So, oh God. Beach, please. Glad I could catch some F&F. Busy weekend here as my oldest graduates high school this weekend. Thank you both for the trial coverage. Thank you, Beach, please, for hanging out and spending time with us. Lisa Eccles. The judge deny extensions to begin trial and have them relabel all exhibits. Yeah, she did. And Belle Feinstein, they announced that his computer has a privacy screen that can't be read from a distance. That's with regard to the angles in the courtroom. Kelly, if it's still set up for English court system, hashtag Massachusetts 1L. Fair. Wait, it is still set up for the English. It is. You have wow. That's fucking cool. I learned new facts. I got to go visit that courthouse. Froggy Girl, I bet we could get a GoFundMe for transcripts. I bet we probably could. I will see if someone gets them because I imagine this is going to be appealed one way or the other. No, just it will be appealed if she's not, or if she's convicted. I don't see how we can get there right now. Lot to do. Jonathan Duger, this courthouse was built in 1827. History is rich. That's a fucking long time ago. Heather Reed, Rag Reed Rare, is interesting that they were wrongfully convicted, and here we are today. His nervousness tells all I need to see. No one gave a crap about the guy. Sacco and Benzetti is what's being referred to there. Please look the case up itself. Book Dragon KSC. I didn't catch the beginning of the trial. Is the defense arguing cover-up? Because this feels like cover-up after that text chain. They are arguing that.
If you want to watch the trial, go back, skip Lolly's opening, watch the defense opening, and you will get a very strong view of where they're going in terms of cover-up. I think that the first words of their opening is Karen Reed was framed. It's like, yeah, that was an amazing opening. Also, the Elf song is a good. I'm enjoying it. People are like,
out, man. Desiree Graham, there's so much sus in this case. Sad for John O'Keefe's family. I
keep thinking of that. I mean, the one thing I worry about is my sense of humor is a little bit irreverent, and sometimes sometimes my brain goes to things and I'm like, oh crap, this is still a tragedy. And it has the potential to be two tragedies, right? So yeah.
Pretty fucked up investigation, and I'm pretty pissed at how it all happened.
No matter what works out, because at the end of the day, if she's convicted, there's going to be a whole lot of people who say justice wasn't done. If she's acquitted, there's going to be a whole lot of people who say justice wasn't done. They this up in a way that is absolutely going to prevent closure in the way that we might want to see it. I hate that.
I agree. Teddy Bear 1287, welcome to Boston. Frankie, thanks for the super chat. Blessed in Texas. Rob, you're look at why are we here? Ha ha ha. Yeah, I feel that fucking way all the time. Arthur Morgan, mom of three. I almost said mofo of three. Mom of three. 3 weeks in and somehow ended today back at day one with police cam and snow. Fucking snow. Christina, this trial is so convoluted. My dumbass forgot who Karen Reed actually was. Really? Because we haven't really mentioned her very much in this fucking trial. Oh my God.
I mean, the thing is we actually haven't. In a lot of ways, like
you get
normally,
but it's nothing.
Yeah, and normally I mean, look at other trials where there's somebody who's like Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse was mentioned constantly. Whereas
the defendant, you heard it all the time.
They don't even want to say her name. Luna's mom love to see that you watch things, and I appreciate where you're coming from in terms of like, I know too much, because there's lots of people who want to fight me over the stuff they know that I don't yet. And it's like, yeah.
I'm not getting into that. For me, this is the trial, and it's my assessment of whether the trial and the outcome of that trial is fair based on what I am seeing in court being argued and ruled upon.
I am not a cop. At the end of the day, my job is not to solve the mystery here.
Correct.
I'm assessing the trial. And those are very different things. And explaining the trial and discussing it. Whatever opinion I have at the end of the day of the trial is not going to tell us whether or not Karen Reed committed the offense, or one of the Alberts committed the offense, or... I mean, at this point, I don't know enough to conclude that it wasn't like... I mean, hell, let's consider like a weird possibility. He goes to the party. Everyone sees him at the party. He leaves the party. And then like some random guy hits him with a bat.
Beats him up. He's trying to walk back to the party and falls into the snow.
Some random dude hits him with a bat, and then everyone goes, it would be real awkward to explain that he was here, right? Let's not, so you could have the conspiracy and still no one's at fault, right? There's all sorts of possibilities. Hell, Karen Reed leaves him, like says, hey, go have fun at the party. She drives away, and, he slips and smacks his, like, we don't know, right?
It's possible.
He has a heart attack, and it just like his heart explodes, and he, because we haven't heard cause of death, right? For all we know, with the cause of death not being on the table yet, it could be that he was shot, right? Like, we don't know what happened. Fell out of a plane, like. And I know people saying injuries in the front and the back of his head. Is that actually into evidence yet? We don't have you know,
we have some observations. We don't have the ME. We don't have photographs. We don't have the medical report. We need that. I need that. Why was that not one of the first things? That's in every murder trial. You have the scene setter, the body, and the explanation of how the body became the body and went from the human to the body.
Usually they do that really early, right? Usually they do that front and center for two reasons. One, you convince the jury that it's a murder right at the outset. But two, you wake the jury up, you get them to take it seriously, and you get them horrified and angry. We saw Morrissey do this with, you know, it's not a murder trial, but we saw her do that in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. Like, it was like day one that she's like, look at the pictures of the death. So why haven't we got that there? Like, so I don't, I'm going to watch another of Crowder's videos so that you can get through some more super chats.
You can
I've just now discovered a new band.
You can see the side. Yeah. The Chucky Show. Can Commonwealth get away with not calling Trooper Proctor? No fucking way. They have to call him. If they don't, it's the fastest acquittal in all time. Aurora
Defense
W.
will call him.
Oh, they will. Aurora W. By now, I should be asking what holes the defense might poke in the story instead of the prosecution keeps trying to add doubt to the defense's theory. Yep, that's fair. Troublemaker Baker, thank you. I want the defense to create a prosecution-style timeline showing what really happened in the case.
They did. The problem is that the prosecution-style timeline in this trial looks like the crazy dude with red yarn conspiracy board, you know, as opposed to the defense timeline, which looks like a timeline.
Yeah, kind of. Mary Coppola, you missed McCabe under his breath say, oh my God, when he asked about Brian being on the text. You guys can go back and watch that in real time. I think we got some spicy bits ourselves. Melanie Pare, today was so effing wild. The guy. Yep, we heard the guy. Rose Lee, thank you for the gifted membership. Melissa Smith, Matt, reading evidence of texts. Vizini Fezzik, jog his memory. Fezzik, I'm sorry, Indigo. Oh, hey, hang on. Vizini Fezzik, jog his memory. Fezzik, I'm sorry, Indigo. I didn't mean to jog him so hard. No, I said that wrong for Andre the Giant. Andre the Giant, great soul, wonderful soul, and phenomenal in that movie. Love the movie. Hikara's G. Rob, the Commonwealth hasn't even provided evidence that John died, much less that KR did it. We're talking about that just now. Sandra Ryan, think Jen's total recall will survive brainworms? Who knows?
Nope, she's going to have brainworms out the wazoo.
Oh, we're going to have a lot of, I don't recall. Kristen MS6, ring video doesn't match Jen's story. Tail light. We're going to have a lot of cross. That cross is going to be a full day, I imagine. Frankie 001, surely the feds wouldn't investigate if they thought she was guilty. That's not true. Sorry, I'm from Europe, so don't know the law here. Is it usual they give evidence? The feds are still investigating. The feds are investigating the entire investigation. So they haven't assessed guilt one way or the other. They're still investigating. So they investigate until they find a conclusion. M. Cockcroft, thanks for being a member for 16 months. LJ Peach, speaking of the witch trials, John Proctor was a landowner in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. He and his wife, Elizabeth, were tried and convicted of witchcraft, Salem witch trials, whereupon he was hanged. Yes, we did talk about that. I did a lot of research on the Salem witch trials. We've done that in the past. And I have to redo it again. Jenny Russell, thanks to the super sticker. Ohio, Susan, I was late, so I'm way behind. The Reed case is whoa. Lally makes it hard to follow for me. Yeah, we end up in tangent land really quickly. Gwynny Bly, my uncle, last of the boys, recently joined my dad at the Eternal Fishing Lake, but you, Ian, and other law tubers have helped me laugh. Thank you. You rock. Gwynny Bly, to your father and the boys, may they fish in eternity and catch all the largest fish, and may they always exaggerate the size of that fish. Or end of time. Doesn't matter. Peter at the gates. How big did the fish you caught? I caught a fish. It was this big.
What's funny is when they're doing the thing and their hands are slowly
big.
expanding.
And you saw me do the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. Jenny Russell, thanks for the gifted memberships. Lady Draconis here for Professor Logic's musical palette cleanser. Give me 2 seconds. Kay Seckle, thanks for becoming a member. Winnie Bly, I fell holding booze and a cake. They survived. My elbow and wrist didn't. This kid has no instinct. My fiance was happy his birthday cake and booze survived.
This kid's story is highly implausible.
Also, your fiance, that's a dude thing. I'm sure you will shame him till the end of time for really caring more about the cake and the booze than he did your wrist. Eesh. Hope it healed up and you're doing good. Sandy, Law and Lumber, speaking as someone who is 5 feet, I like to be called fun sized. Sandy, you are like spicy sized. And plus you can, no, I didn't say Siri. I said Sandy. Go away, Siri. Stop. That was rude. Interrupting my live stream. You meanie. No, Sandy, you are short in stature, but you also have whacking sticks. Like,
I used to know somebody whose nickname was Grenade. They were short, not quite short enough to be like
explosive?
diagnosed as, but they were kind of interesting when they showed up to a party. So, yeah.
Yep. Bambarina, good instincts. The M word is offensive to many. Most preferred dwarf or little person. See, that was the question I was asking. My source, my cousin, the shack of his dwarf basketball team at 5 foot. Can I just say that one more time? My cousin, the shack of his dwarf basketball team at 5 foot. One, God bless. Thank you for putting that image in my head. I needed that so badly. And 2, thank you for the thank you for the comment and for being a member for 21 months. GP Dog Drool, Ian, is Rob aware of the mistake of Trooper Bees?
Oh, he is.
Oh, I Trooper Bukaki. I'm fucking aware. Well, I'm aware. He will never live that shit down. His locker the next day after that fucking hearing would have been lit up in graffiti. You have to imagine that thing was plastered, right? Whoa, I chose the wrong fucking word.
I was waiting for... I was just like, Rob.
See, my brain is not dull. It's actually very fast because the second that came out of my mouth, I went, that is not what you say. His locker was likely stickered with oh God. We're gonna go with fucking graffiti. Damn it. That was
that's a new euphemism.
What? What?
Well, in the context of Bukaki, fucking graffiti could be a new euphemism.
No. Urban Dictionary would like this. Oh my God. We're going to amend some definitions tonight, boys. Oh, and girls. Oh my God.
Also, I hope your mom is asleep.
Oh my God, I hope she is.
Sorry, Mrs. Morton.
Mom, do not Google any of these words. I swear to you. Bukaki is fucking graffiti. It is. Oh my God. Oh, I am not mature enough for this job. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. Yes, I'm aware of the mistake. Aurora Tamisa. Can Lolly get out of the weeds? Apparently not. Apparently not. We live here now. Fiona W, appreciate you guys. Thank you, Fiona W. Mike Jet, thank you for the super chat. Grant Horn comes now based on information belief. No, comes now based on information belief and plastered everywhere. Oh, God.
Oh, poor Rob.
I am broken. I am broken. Hassam, I've had F&F withdrawal for weeks. I'm good now. Thank you, Hassam. Lori Gall, my partner goes, if all these lawyers you watch don't know what's going on, then you have no chance if she did. You have no chance she did or not. We have no fucking clue. All the lawyers are like, what the hell is happening? Why are we here? Zimmy from the bus stop, thanks for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Nanner, it'd be cool if the three of you did a chat just about ADHD. That chat would be a full fucking weekend.
I mean, we do it occasionally, but it would be good to do like a booked in thing.
It would be fun.
But when would we find the time? Like sometime when there's no trials? Yeah, good luck with that.
Also, get ready for a conversation where three people are cutting each other off non-stop.
What we also need is Hogue to be sitting there just making the like what the hell face. I really appreciate sometimes just his reaction of like, what is with all of you?
That's one of the funny things about the ADHD that we've explained in the past. Just basically saying like, look, no. Do not Google. Do not Google the B word. Do not Google
yeah, that's
word.
all. That's on you.
Don't do that. It's bad. I've warned you. No, we've had the conversation in the past where honestly, it's a lot of the dopamine and the level of interesting the conversation is going to make people with ADHD who are interested in the conversation they want to jump in and they want to share, and they do that. So when the conversation gets to a topic where they all have something to share, you get what sounds like a bunch of people rudely cutting each other off. But when it's a bunch of ADHD people who understand each other,
we understand and we're like, oh, you need to get this out. Go for it, right? Because we
like what just happened there and there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We understand that feeling of like, this has to be said right now.
Exactly. Carrie M, if KR said I hit him, etc., maybe it's from info Jen M and others fed her, like telling her he never entered the house. I don't know. We don't know that yet. And honestly, that's just pure speculation. It's not outside the realm of possibility. Luna's mom, Ian called this out earlier. Ian, I'll watch the streams because you are real, but I stay out of the chat because I know way too much. Don't want to start drama. That's fair.
Yep.
Watch. We're glad that you're watching. You know what? As a reminder to the 3,518 of you that are here, one, how many of you have voted in that poll that is currently going on in the chat? The poll is, but was it snowing? The answer is could be yes, it was snowing. B, I don't recall. Or C, what, if any, snow did I see? And as of right now, there are 3,600 of you watching and only 2,900 votes. And also, there are only 2,600 of you who have liked the stream, which means that there's a solid 1,000 of you who have not. So, thumbs up button and subscribe.
The operation of the thumbs up button is relatively simple and straightforward, and it costs you nothing. Act now before prices go up.
Yes. Sure. And the subscribe one too, like also super easy. Just
and also the same low price.
Oh, also plus I don't like stream all the time, so you don't get a bunch of notifications. So if you're worried about your phone being clogged with notifications, you're not going to get that.
I mean, it's YouTube. Sometimes they don't even notify you, even when you want the notifications.
and plus, they might unsubscribe you without telling us or you. They promise they don't do that. Sheila Reed, thank you for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. 20th Century Fox and Channel 4 come now into the trial to testify that they did an interview with Chris on February 1st. Did McMatt open the door? I don't know. I honestly, I think there's enough here where they need to focus on what they have prepped already. Robin Day, watching on replay, I'm an amputee. Oh God, I am sorry to everyone who I offended.
I don't think you offended anyone there.
Okay. If the person whose husband lost a foot needs support, I'm on the Discord as Davius. Okay, there you go. There's a support colleague. Emily Hart, I heard there's a plea deal from an officer in this investigation. Might be in the Fed investigation. What would that mean for this case? Nada.
Unless the plea deal involved testifying or something like that.
And involve the state. Feds can't immunize from state prosecution.
The feds can require, like as part of a plea deal, that they make themselves available for testifying, though.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, yeah, but
so there could be a plea deal that says like you need to say what you know.
That's true. And the feds can also condition their plea deal on honest testimony. So if the feds have contrary information or discover information conflicting, or if that person gets slaughtered on cross, the feds can be like, nah, plea deal gone. Did Karen even get done with a DUI? We have no fucking clue. At this point in time, they have not proven that she has consumed anything more than a drink.
And in fact, they've done a lot to prove the opposite, because there's been a whole bunch of testimony that she did not seem drunk.
Yeah, that she's like fine.
Now, you might be saying, why is the Commonwealth calling all this evidence to, for this? And the reason why is they're trying to establish murder. And so they're like, it had to have been intentional because, yeah. So I think that's where she's going.
Tati Ray, my mom says Jessica Fletcher needs to solve this. Okay. Morgan, help. I had a saddle PE and passed out in my kitchen. If I'd been outside with my dog, I could have hit my head and frozen to death before I woke up. The injuries are not consistent with someone simply falling. I will tell you that. They are injuries. They are bashes and bruises. Honestly, they look like someone got in a fight. That's what it looks like. So I'm waiting for the ME. Luna's mom. Sadly, no matter who killed Officer O'Keefe, maybe slip and fall, we don't know due to the investigation. If you follow the Canton Select Board hearings, you would understand this town is corrupt. I have heard a lot of people complaining, and what I will say is that based on my view of the investigation itself, I made a comment a while back. I don't care if you're Karen Reed did it or if you are, she is innocent. What I think that everyone should agree on is the investigation that has been put forth has been complete and utter bullshit. And no citizen in that jurisdiction should have to put up with that level of, can I say incompetence?
Incompefuckery?
That. Ian chose a better word. Yeah. Jonathan Duger, this case is much like, wow, that's... YouTube's going to be mad at me if I try to say that. This case is much like a certain event that took place in September. In my opinion, I don't know what happened, but the official story doesn't make sense. I bet O'Keefe's parents didn't know half the stuff that has come out in this trial. One, I bet that you're right, that there's a lot of stuff that is being discovered now for the first time in the trial. Two, YouTube is very friendly with certain state actors. And if I were to imply,
I think implying that you're friendly with certain state actors is enough to get you in.
Well, we're just not going to go to the whole, the other part. But Jonathan, I think the O'Keefe's parents learning things for the first time at trial is probably true. Whether they believe it or not, I don't know. Snoopykins, Rob, sleep. It's nearly 8 a.m. here. I will do my very best very soon. Sue Clark, seems sus that several people called for rides home, especially Caitlin Albert, whose boyfriend had to be up at 3 a.m. She was at the parents' house. I was weird that he came back. Judy got this.
That said, I found his answer to be surprisingly believable.
Oh, you mean that she's high maintenance as shit?
Yeah. I'm just like, dude, get out of there.
In my book with that one, he was like, she's high maintenance. Well, 1, you're still dating her. 2,
yeah, sir, you need to make better life choices.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd probably drive the distance to pick mischief up. Be pissed. We'll do it. Judy got this. Phrasing, Rob. Phrasing. Yeah, I know. SF. Stickered, not stick. Oh, God. Stickered, not sticky. Love you both. Yeah, sorry about that one. Aloha from Kansas. My day is good. I introduced Ian to the elf song.
And it's good.
It is. Catastrophe. Thanks for remember. Nancy Kane, as 2 practicing attorneys, how would you put up with a judge in the KR trial?
You don't really have a choice.
I apologize. Lingering cough. You don't have a choice. You just do. You adjust. Also, Mrs. Runkle and Ms. Mischief are 2 very lucky women. I think we're.
I think I'm the lucky. Yeah.
Yeah, we're 2 very lucky men. Megan Brogdon, I would actually pay for the privilege and dopamine rise of being an active part of that stream. The crazy back and forth and cutting each other off. Yeah, probably. Amanda Lang never noticed the interruptions until Hogue goes, "Hi." Yeah. Yeah, Ian's the best at that. All right, so I have something I promised that I would play. It was actually created. Well, not created. We're going to say it was prompted.
It was sent in by a viewer.
It was sent in by a viewer to the channel who's a sarcastic son of a bitch, professor of logic, who asked an entity or a thing to create a song called Wood Daddy Stacks and to use non-copyrighted music and to basically create it whole cloth. And so we have an AI generated song that was created based on the prompts given by Sir Professor of Logic. He's got a sense of humor.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly the prompts that he put in there, I mean, they're there.
He came up with something very special.
It did. It's a polka. I mean, it's something. So because we've only got a couple of the super chat starred left, I wanted to go ahead and play this before we ran out of time. All right. Like I said, I'm not going to be an adult in the moment because it's been 4 hours and 48 minutes, and it's well after my bedtime. So cheers, we go. Here's the polka, courtesy of Professor Logic, the Wood Daddy Stacks song.
Daddy Stacks, nobody's shop with his tools and sawdust. He'll never stop nailing boards, sanding smooth. What working's his passion? He's got something to prove. Time to pack up all his timber and chainsaws, move it across town to a brand new garage with a sturdy workbench, shelves galore. Wood Daddy Stacks ain't messing around no more. Piles of lumber stacked up high with Daddy Stacks. He's reaching for the sky. Sawdust flying, chips in the air, building masterpieces with love and care.
There's a bridge. Wait, Tommy's place to the end. Can we appreciate the AI generated tools? Like, this is what AI thinks woodworking tools look like. Why is every hammer fucking blue?
What, aren't your hammers blue?
No. This is fucking blue hammers. Look at this little thing up in the top corner.
Which corner?
The blue handled hatchet looking thing. See what I'm looking at?
I think so. Yeah, kind of upright a little bit.
Yeah, kind of looks like a leg of a table with a little
with a spike on it.
Head. This little baby hatchet head is blue, and then the very top middle. What the fuck is that tool supposed to be? It's a bunch of widgets. You got widgets. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh. You're in trouble.
Uh-oh.
Apparently there's one coming your way. So Wood Daddy Stacks now has a song, apparently. Teddy Bear 1287. Has anyone in law tried to introduce the fact that memory is a reconstructive process into law and comparison incompletely worthless? Yeah.
People do call evidence as to memories, but the courts are often reluctant to allow all of that. So, yeah.
Rose Lee needed those laughs this week. Thanks, guys. Thanks for being here, Rose. Glad we were able to assist. Desi, chances that KR will testify slim. I'm not putting her on the stand.
Not with this. That said,
no.
Things can change in a heartbeat, right?
Yep. Good.
Because it could be that, like, you know, it could be that we see a witness that makes them have to testify. But right now, like, the state has no case.
There's no purpose to it. There's no benefit to be gained by it.
No. Like, if your client's about to be acquitted no matter what, you sit down, you shut the F up.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't fight when you're winning. Don't fight when you're ahead. Emily Hart, mistake. It was a proffer. Proffer indeed. Robin Day, not offended. My support group starts with people telling bad amputee jokes or outrageous stories about how we lost limbs. Also, it's D, not day, like Lee. Like Lay. Hang on. It's D. Robin D. Robin D. You got it. From now on, I will remember that. Luna's mom, oh my God, Ian, drop that Evans container immediately. Sir Merrick, I apologize. If the two amputee worked together, they could follow Rod's advice. Oh, that's a bad joke. They could both put one foot in front of the other. That's a terrible joke. God, I hope people have a sense of humor. Oh, Celine. Oh, Rob. Phrasing, stop talking about blue heads. I will, I promise you. Time Lords, turn off super chats if you'd like to sleep tonight. Love the mods. And on that, Time Lords is the last super chat. So cheers to all of you. Thank you for being here. Much appreciate and much appreciate the mods to end that chat and find out where we stand on the poll of was it snowing? But was it snowing? Was it snowing? 3,127 votes. 15% say yes, it was snowing. 32% say, I don't recall. Surprising number. And 53% says, what, if any, snow did I see? So those are the results of that poll and poll. and the poll is ended. And on that note, Ian, I expect we'll see you on Monday with a lovely Monday Fun Day.
Yes. Oh, it probably won't be Monday Fun Day. It'll probably be a recap of this.
Okay. And you've got Jen McCabe. I didn't cover Jen.
Yeah. I'm also going to go over this in, his testimony in greater detail, or his cross, because it was a thing. And while there was some spectacular fireworks, I also just want to go through it and talk about that in a lot of detail, because it was exciting.
Yeah, probably will be spicy. 20th Century Fox, I can't turn them off and on like on a whim like that. They're on.
They are a pain in the butt too.
I do have to wrap the stream up because we have been going for 4 hours and 55 minutes, and my mods are well past bedtime. So on that note, please keep an eye out on Ian's channel, Runkle of the Bailey. If you have not subscribed, why are you here? We do a lot of this together. I'm in his chat all the damn time, or on the screen with him. So that's what we do all the time. I'm either hanging out with him on screen or in his chat bothering him.
Bothering is that's a choice of words that is not what's the term? Accurate.
Causing chaos.
Causing chaos, I'll yield.
Fair.
That I will acknowledge.
To those of you that are still watching, please hope you have a wonderful weekend. Please get outside and enjoy it. If it's rainy where you are, then stay inside. Make something, you'll feel better. I promise you, one way or the other. Right now, I'm going to make a clean house, and that's how I'm going to feel better with this weekend. And I'm going to make some trial binders, which is going to make me feel less anxious about the trial I have on Monday.
Liar.
Thank you guys. Yeah, making trial binders.
That's not going to make you less anxious.
I mean, I don't know. Did they ever tell you that being a lawyer would be art projects? Kind of is.
Sometimes there's some arts and crafts.
Yeah, trial binders. Like you're let's make binders, yay. It's really
it's even better when it's like, let's make a demonstrative for the jury.
Oh my god. And you're sitting there just
let's make
who has the trifold? Who has the trifold? Give me the super glue, give me the glue, give me the cutouts. Let's get to decorating. Yeah, that stuff happens all the damn time.
It's like elementary school.
Kind of group projects. And you know what? It is kind of like group projects because one person ends up doing most of the work. All right. So good night to all catching these last few. Robin D, thank you very much for becoming a member, and 20th Century Fox, but we're not tired anymore. Well, some of us are. So I'm going to let this one go by the wayside until Ian is next live. And hopefully I'll catch you guys next week. But until then, have a wonderful weekend. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated. Please thank the mods on the way out. Please remember to like the stream. And please subscribe if you haven't considered doing so yet. Like I said, not a lot of notifications, just once a week. Get out there, go make something. You'll feel better. It'll make your life a little bit happier.
Find an important public safety message. Be very cautious with how much of this you put in your drinks.
That was Carolina Reaper pepper, Carolina powder, Reaper powder. Most humans don't have that in their kitchen. So
I have multiple containers because people sent me, like more than one person sent it to me. And the thing is, I'm going to use it all up eventually. Slowly, but the amount of Carolina Reaper powder I put in my beverage here, I think might murder some people. And I'm going to try to see if I can talk EDB into tasting the hot sauce, even though I don't think I'm going to succeed.
Give you $200 if you pull it off. And I mean your hotter hot sauce, not the mild one.
We may have to do, I may have to offer EDB an exchange. She tastes the hot sauce, like just a little bit on like the end of a spoon. And I'll let her take a picture of me with a White Claw.
All right, you don't get $200 for that. You get 50.
No, that's just an exchange, right?
That's fair. All right, we're gonna let the mods go. Thank you for being here. Much. Oh my God, I promise I am not sick still.
And Mrs.
That's a
Squirrel, I've
lie.
never been to Indonesia, but I do actually love Indonesian food. So,
It's a lie. I'm still sick.
you're not sick. You're just overtaxing yourself. Go to bed.
Says the person that just did a 10-minute sidetrack with fucking Carolina Reaper pepper. You know what? We're wrapping the stream up. All right. Love to all of you. Wave goodbye. Goodbye, guys. Have a great weekend. Go make something, have some fun. Eat some Carolina Reaper sauce. Don't do that. That's not advisable. Cheers. See you next time.